Back into our solo thief already in extreme progress. Alright, since it's been a couple days, let's do a quick recap. We have defeated Astos, currently level 25, and picked up a lot of the gear that we now have available. So rune sword's our main weapon. We got a buckler from Crescent Lake. We got a silver bracelet from Melmond. And I think that is like the major upgrades. It is 13 more defense and a whole bunch more offense, which is the big stuff. Hey, Dreamhunter, how do we have so much HP? Well, it turns out that one of the nice things about the PlayStation version is that with a small probability, you can get a strong HP gain on every level up. So you see, we're actually not really getting maxed out vitality here. But because we can get max or very large HP gains, we'll be able to hit 999 HP by level probably 37 or so, I think, based on our current pace here. Strength, though, has been maxed out. We have been doing perfect on that. Agility, we've lost a couple points on. I've been willing to sacrifice agility a little bit more on this version, because if something goes wrong in a random encounter, or even at the start of a boss battle, because you can memo save, you can very quickly undo the bad thing. Kaisaku's running away there. I'm actually kind of tempted to do a little bit of Peninsula Power, but I think we want to start with a couple levels over at Crescent Lake. And that might be enough to be able to take out Lich. Like, Lich is going to be a little bit harder than on the NES version, just like Astos. If you have to deal with the status elements being a little bit more aggressive, it does slightly increase the difficulty. The good news about Lich, though, is that you have a really big pile of HP to soak up his spell damage. So I think we'll be able to live through like an extra cycle around with that. Oh, I like that rune sword little rainbow effect. Looks a really nice swing in that thing. Definitely like it better than the Coral Sword's design. Might also notice that Bull's running away. Pretty soon, Bull, Troll, and Giant are not going to stick around for very long, which does limit how long you can stay here at Crescent Lake before it no longer is profitable to do the battles in this location. Peach should be long running away at this point. I think Bull and Troll actually kind of recently, at level 25, we are not that far past when those things would flake. Let's see how many the Peeds run away in this turn. There's the one that we damaged, of course. We need to get 2 hits in without running. Hey, this one might go down. Slight impediment here. Is the Hall of Giants a thing? Yeah, we can do Hall of Giants. But the problem with that location is that you are very far away from resupplies. So you can do Hall of Giants, but you have to sail all the way over to Canaria to get more healing potions. And that's going to soak up a big amount of time to do those trips out. Nice. 1 experience. That is the experience point that is going to be used to defeat Chaos. Let's see, do we need to do any stocking here? Nope, looks like we're in great shape for supplies. Take our in trip, and let's get ready for level 26. This one is going to be one of the tougher levels overall to get. There's a bunch of these levels where we need both a strength point and a strong level up. Because we can get so much HP, we might not need to get the strong HP gain. So we're going to basically put a cap on these. And be like, alright, 15 minutes. Can we get both points? If not, we will just take the strength point. That's the more important of the two. Hey, Mikhail EP. Thanks for the good wishes there. Yeah, Peninsula Power actually I think is easier to restock on. The thing is, the nice part about Hollow Giants is it's one step, one giant encounter. So you don't spend any time at all getting the encounters to spawn in. Which on this version, because they spawn so fast, may not be as dramatic of an improvement as the NES version has. Alright, still 3 routing trolls. We get another big hit like that, we could be 2 routing them. Really big improvement over before where we couldn't even deal with trolls. Till you got that silver bracelet, you're going to take so much damage from the trolls because they have a lot of attacks per round. And when a monster has multiple attacks, every single one of their hits gets reduced by your full armor amount. So in this case, we're getting, let's see, 15, 17, 19 points of armor reduction. It really takes the sting off those trolls. Trolls regenerate, yes, all regenerating monsters actually work in this version. They do have regeneration as a flag in the NES version, but it doesn't do anything. And even if it was to do something, it would be a very small amount, because it would have been basically the opposite tick of poison. So instead of doing 2 damage per round, they would heal by 2 points per round. And when you're talking about something like Warmech, who's got 1,000 HP, 2 HP recovery per round is nothing. I think it is less recovery for regeneration than it does for poison ticks in this version. Poison is something like 5% damage. And I want to say the recovery is like 3%. Big 66, welcome back for 10 months. Hope you're doing well here and enjoying our solo thief adventures and Vicarian. Welcome back for 24 months indeed. A new orb ent. I hope you're doing well. Alright, we'll see if we can get the bulls. Them running away, they're a pretty dicey source of experience. Also should be seeing that level up pretty soon. There it is, first try. Did not get the HP, didn't get the strength point. Try again. So we're gonna start our clock now. 22:19 is when we give up on getting both strength and HP at the same time. And we better have banked the strength point by then. I'd be very shocked if we did not already get at least 1 strength point. Strong HP gains, I think, are 1 in 5. And the point gains are like 1 in 10. So doing them both at the same time is kind of difficult. Preemptive, but a lot of junk to get through. We still don't have an AoE item until we beat Lich. We can only target 1 thing per attack. After Lich, that opens up ordeals, thanks to getting the canoe there. And then we can start getting some serious value. Hey Killboy, this is the PlayStation 1 version. It's called the Final Fantasy Origins Collection. Came with both Final Fantasy 1 and 2. It looks really good. Maybe of all the remakes, keeping with the original limitations, a lot of the pixel art design, but dramatically improving like the resolution and the colors that you had compared to the NES in earlier versions. I guess the GBA still has that sharp pixel look. It wasn't until PSP that they went to the more soft character design. But since the GBA's got a little bit lower quality graphical output than the PlayStation version, this one might be the best of the pixel art ones. So they released where they only fixed the glitches. This is the closest to that. There is a very small number of things besides the bug fixes that if you play on normal difficulty of the PlayStation, which is what we're doing now, you won't see much of a difference overall. GBA is the first one of the series where you have to have a lot of the balance changes turned on. PlayStation had an optional easy mode, which doubles the experience and greatly improves your stat growth and things like that. But normal's very close. We're gonna play the Pixel remasters. I definitely tell people to never pre-order games, especially Square remakes, until you see them come out and know if they're at all of any quality. I would stay really far away from those. Square's had a lot of bad remakes. There's a couple good ones. Like, we definitely have a few games that they did a great job on the remakes. But there's been so many bad remakes. Basically all of the PC early Final Fantasies. I'm still very bitter about the Secret of Mana PS4 remake. That one could have been so much better. Hey, there's our strength point. So that is weak HP gain. We got the strength point. What I'm going to do is actually put this onto the memory card, so that if we need to go back to this, 2219's our deadline for getting the strength point and the strong HP gain. And if we don't get it, this one's going to be what we reload. So there are a hard mode on this version. Normal is basically hard difficulty. Normal is the same as NES difficulty. And then easy is not as easy as GBA, but definitely a lot easier than normal. The things that they do on easy difficulty is basically get double experience gain. The level cap goes to 99, so your stat gains are going to be way higher. And for spell users, you basically get a spell slot every single level up instead of like every 3 or 4 levels. So you'll end the game with like 50 casts of spells. You'll never run out. There's the strong HP gain, but no strength point. Gonna enjoy Final Fantasy 3 in 2D. I recently picked up the PSP version of Final Fantasy 3. I've never liked the DS one of FF3 because they were like very much overhauling the character designs in kind of a not great 3D style. But the PSP version of Final Fantasy 3 is a little bit better. I think that one might be my favorite of the remakes for that one. Alright, didn't get the strength points, or didn't get the strong HP there. The biggest problem of that Final Fantasy 3 PSP release, which has been holding me back, is that there is no physical copy in the US. But it turns out that the Japanese copy of Final Fantasy III PSP, which did have a physical release, has like the English translation on it. So for whatever reason, they just didn't sell the game physically, and it was an eShop only purchase. But every version worldwide had the full English to do stuff for streaming. Secret of Mana is one of your childhood favorites. It's such a great game. When the PS4 remake came out, I did get a playthrough on stream for like a platinum completion, doing all those trophies. And it's not that it was necessarily game design-wise bad. Like, there was a couple things where like the graphics were not quite as good, and the music's definitely not as good, but you could turn the music to the original music if you want. The problem was, the game crashed a lot. Like, and the more you played it, the more often it would crash. So initially it was like, alright, 3 or 4 hours between crashes. And I was doing the platinum playthrough. It got to like crashing every hour, which is like just completely unacceptable. Like, they never should have released it for like that poor of a quality, because like a PlayStation 4, everybody's got the exact same hardware. You can't blame it on drivers or compatibility issues. Like, you have a PlayStation 4. It's going to be exactly identical to what other people are playing on. And it continually crashes. Like, everybody playing it had crash after crash after crash. That was the last time I pre-ordered a Square remake. Try it again here. No strong HP gain. Oh, nice, Jared. Glad that you also like the PSP version. I just wish it was more accessible. At this point, it's really tough to get PSP download titles installed. Like, that is something that is compatibility-wise a pretty big concern, because the PSP's got the really funky UMD format. So like, physical things are tough to back up and replicate. Eventually the shops are going to just be completely shut off. Like, it's been a while since you could actually buy on the devices the games. You had to go to a PC to buy them, and then you could download them to the devices. But as soon as those stores turn off, then a lot of really good titles are going to be lost. Alright, 6 more minutes to go. How long would the Super Nintendo Disk System Secret of Mana? Allegedly, it was like a quarter of the game that got cut. It's really hard to say, because like, it could be that, you know, they had a lot of space planned for things like really long cutscenes, which there's not that many of in Secret of Mana. Like, they could have had like a bunch of animations and things that were a lot of space, but not like a lot of content. But what I've heard is like a quarter or so of the storyline got cut. So I plan on trying the Stranger Paradise. So my impressions of that, from like very briefly trying out the demo stuff for it, is that the AI in that game might be worse than the Secret of Mana AI. Like, that is legitimately really bad companion stuff. And for the style of game, which is kind of like a Dark Souls style game, it's really bad to have companion AI. That is problematic. People that haven't played Dark Souls games, a lot of the way that those games play is that you have very intricate timing. Like, in terms of the dodging and the rolling and maneuvers that you do to get attacks in. It's a very high skill curve, learning how to very precisely time all the actions that you're doing. And when you do it well, it looks amazing. But the companion AI, because it'll run up there and distract the monsters, completely throws off your timing. Like, it is actually worse having the companions. It'd be better if this, like, was a solo playthrough instead of having, like, 3 characters. Alright, strong HP gain and no strength point. PSP 1000 is a good PSP. I would say if you really want to get a PSP, there's 2 models that are good to look at. If you want the physical media, PSP 3000 has a lot better graphics for outputting to monitors than the earlier PSP models. And that would definitely be the one to get. And if you don't care about the physical media as much, whether you're going to jailbreak it or if you're just doing download titles, PSP Go's have an additional feature that the 3000 doesn't, which is that they can pair with PS3 controllers. Because the PSP, as nice as the display is, the controls are kind of its weakest point, and especially for extended playthroughs. You'll kind of notice that a lot of the buttons on a PSP very quickly degrade, and they got a very tiny analog stick input. So having a PS3 controller is really nice to be able to throw like a good feeling controller on a system like that. And unfortunately, the PSP Go is the only one that can pair with a PS3 controller. And the PSP Go doesn't support physical discs. It has a really expensive dock, so you can't charge it and also have video output unless you get this super rare item. But it definitely has that one really big upside. Alright, didn't get the strong gain. Yeah, the battery life is really bad on the Go, which is why, if you're not playing with the dock, it's kind of frustrating. Because the battery life is... it's like a couple hours. It's enough for like a casual pick up and play adventure, but if you're planning to play all afternoon, it doesn't last long enough. Hey, Phantom Crab. Welcome back for 11 months. Hope you're having a great day here. Enjoying our continuing Solo Thief adventures, which, by the way, we have 30 seconds to get this level up. Gonna give it maybe 2 more tries at it, and we'll reload the strength point if we don't get it. Bit of a shame. I was hoping to have like maybe about 750 health for a Lich. Looks like we're gonna get probably about 700 at level 28, which is my target for going to the Earth Cave here. There's nothing really special about 28 except that there's a couple of tough level ups in the early 30s before you get another nice stretch of really good ones. The Thief statistically is really good for the first 10 levels. Has 20 really bad levels. And then for some reason, level 30 to 40 is really good on a Thief. Like, better than most other character classes. So they get this second wind of decent stat gains. Fortunate that your PSP is still intact. I've got a PSP 3000 that is kind of intact. Almost like within like a year of buying it, the finish started peeling off of it. The PSP 3000 had like these shiny finishes. You either had shiny black or shiny white, and I got the shiny black version. And it actually just kind of like flakes off in these chunks. And it's super annoying that it started degrading really quickly. Because every time I play it, like there's these chunks of like black paint that are going everywhere. Another nice reason to have a PSP Go. Hey, Runeseeker, welcome in. Did our last attempt at a level up here, and didn't get it. All right, well, we're gonna go with the strength point that we booked. So that's level 26 done. And both 27 and 28 should not be bad. 27 guarantee strength and strong HP, so we just need the agility point. And 28 guarantees strength and agility, so we just need the strong HP. Both of those should be a lot easier to get. Oh yeah, the PSP Go docks are extremely expensive. They did not make a lot of those. So the dock actually costs more than the console does at this point. At least the last time I checked. But if you do get one, definitely hang on to it. Alright, Pete, stick around. We at least get one Pete out of that battle. Just to get some diminishing returns at Crescent Lake. That's the reason why I don't want to push past level 28 as well. You're going to start seeing Crescent Lake get a lot less productive for your experience gains. Astos was slightly difficult. Astos is more challenging on this version than on the NES version because Dark actually works. So as a result, once you get Darked, which is like a 60% chance, you lose even more attacks on top of the slow spell. And that is very, very bad for your attempts. Like, you don't get a lot of attempts really credibly started on any version against Astos. But when you lose, like, even more of the good starts, it becomes real painful. In the end, Dan was able to get the job done. Maybe not well, maybe not even adequately, but the job has been completed. And really, that's what's important. I mean, after that Astos, I expect everything other than maybe Chaos and Warbeck to be pretty straightforward. I remember on NES that it took us a couple tries on Lich and on Ice Cave, but both of those got done relatively quickly compared to Astos Adventures. And once you're past Ice Cave and you got the airship, suddenly you get so many more boosts. You get the gold bracelet, the pro ring. Well, you could get the gold bracelet out of Ordeals if you go there first. But you get the pro ring, you get all kinds of usable items. So Zeus Gauntlet out of Ordeals, or the Thor Hammer out of Sea Shrine. Or form out of Mirage. Sea Shrine's got the Mage Staff. And in this version, Sea Shrine's got the Power Glove, which is gonna be real big. Hey, Captain Vittles. Welcome in to you. And Wolf and Josh. Welcome in as well. We are definitely moving up. Like, the experience gain here at Crescent Lake is like 4 or 5 times faster just on the monsters pound for pound. Then you got better gear, which is like 2 or 3 times faster on the damage output of it. Like, it is really a big deal getting past Astos for those improved things. Hey, Mission Nakara. Are we relying on Dan entirely? We are relying on Dan so much that he might spontaneously combust. The Giants are not levitating on your winter, they are dancing. Although it's really hard to see that on the NES one. Until we had, you know, high quality screens and displays for things. I always thought the Giants were just really fat. But what I thought was their stomach is actually a leg, where they're doing this, like, dance kick. Oh yeah, ribbon and defense sword are really big. Those are 2 more things that give you so much safety. Defense sword for being able to tank a lot of physical hits, which is not going to be as effective on this version. NES has a bug, one of the few bugs that is in your favor, where monster accuracy scores are capped at 255. But I'm pretty sure they can go higher on this version. Like, I want to say that some of the top-end monsters, like 320 accuracy. Is the Thief less terrible? No. No, it is not. The 2 things that the Thief was supposed to be good at, running away and critical hits, still really don't work here. Running away, the Thief does have a slight edge over other characters, but you're going to be so over the level of the monsters that it doesn't really make a difference. Running is an opposed check that you should be very easily doing, because you have to just grind so much to be able to beat things, that running never becomes an issue. And then critical hits seem to still not work in this version correctly. And on top of that, it's the ninja that gets all of the good stuff. The Plain Thief, stuck with the Rune Sword, Coral Sword, Dragon Sword tier until the Mazmune, just has nothing for weapons. And yeah, Astos took a lot longer on this one. I was so optimistic because of the pirates being a lot quicker. But Dan definitely solved that problem in a hurry. We had a couple of credible ones at those lower levels, but just never came through. And so we had to do a whole bunch more levels and a whole bunch more attempts to get Astos down. I think we did 3 levels more than the NES version had. And even then it was still really, really hard. Hey, Dragoon Zero. Thank you very much for 37 months. Hope you're having a great day today, by the way. It has been a while since our last stream together. Higher HP should make Lich pretty easy. Combination of higher HP and the ability to save right in front of him. So if Lich paralyzes you, then you just reset and start the battle over again. It'll be way less punishing than having to do a complete trip through the Earth Cave for every attempt. That's such a big deal for the boss fights. Saving next to the boss. And just being like, alright. Bad first round on Kraken, reset, try again. Instead of, oh, bad first round on Kraken, well, it took me 35 minutes to get here. Better do Temple of Fiends another time. Hey, most niftiest, straight out of Melmont, welcome into you. And Ramify, welcome back for 24 months. Hope you're enjoying your shiny new orb there. Also, for everybody that missed it at the start, we did go over all of the new emotes and art updates. There's a new intermediate orb for 3.5 years, so that the Bat Orb could go to 4. Bat Orb is planning to stay at 4 years. I've been slowly moving it out as people qualified for having it. But 4 years is its final home. That is where I intend to keep it. And that means 5 years is going to need to have some type of different design. We also have a whole bunch of emotes, which the start of the stream I went over individually talking about them. There might be a few more coming as well, but I am at least momentarily all arted out, so I will need some recovery time. Hey, Aztec9. Best class to solo for a first time, definitely Fighter. Fighter is very easy from beginning to end. Really no major obstacles. It's a little bit slow dealing with the bigger monster packs, but extremely straightforward class. Hey there, Omniflare. Welcome in. And Terraven, welcome back for 20 months. Hope things are going well with you, and I hope you're enjoying our show. Yeah, animations, it took me a while to figure out how to really do them well. I might still tweak a couple of them, like... These are my first tries at getting the animated emotes. And a couple I had to like scrap for design reasons. You cannot have transparent pixels in the animated images that Twitch supports. So I wanted to do the sleep emote, just the animated Z's going over there, but the dragon is a lot of transparency to get more detail in. So that didn't work out. I wanted to do the Ha emote for the fire breath, but again, relies on transparency for the fire effect to look nice. Those are the ones I'd love to do if they had better support for it. And I drew the Jerkbird emote animated as well. I spent maybe 2 or 3 hours working on a couple of animation frames for it. And when I finished it, it kind of looked like it was licking something, which I don't know would go over well with the Twitch emote approval, so I scrapped that one, even though from a technical perspective it was working fine. That was originally going to be the last of the 5 animated emotes. But like, my goals for doing those was, like, I wanted to have animated emotes that were not super distracting. So a lot of them are kind of subtle for the animations overall. The dash one's the most movement, but it's built around being a movement-based concept. Whereas things like Shock and Mad and Sing are a lot more restrained in how they animate. Alright, 8K to go. Needs Smoldering Dan. That one also relies on transparency, unfortunately. And the thing about the fire is that if you want it to look good both light mode and dark mode, you do need a bunch of transparency and fire effects to not be distracting, unless it's basically covering the whole square, which is how I got away with the matte emote. That one also had a bunch of transparency, but because it can fill the whole display, you don't really notice that it's not using your background colors. Misfire227, welcome in, and welcome back for 19 months. Hope you're doing great today. Hey, Jackie. Welcome in. And Kobai, welcome in. Yeah, Solo Thief was definitely a thing. I think it'll be still faster than the NES one, despite Astos being slower. Just because we're going to pick up so much time in the late game. The one thing I don't know about is how long is it going to take to kill Warmech? We killed Warmech on the NES one. And did it with the Bane Sword, because realistically that's the only way NES Thief's going to be able to beat a Warmech. But on PlayStation, conceivably Power Glove's going to be the better choice. And the really big hang-up is that Warmech's going to be a 1 in 64 encounter. We can't manipulate him out. So we don't have a great setup for how do you get a Warmech to appear. And it might take enough attempts that actually is a serious factor for how long it takes. Wondering if they'll add transparency support. The problem that they have is that they pick their format as animated GIFs, which don't support transparency, other than complete transparency. They don't have like an intermediate shade transparency. Whereas other formats like animated pings do. So if they support more formats for the emote styles, then they could add this. But so far they've only ever supported one format, so I have no idea if they're gonna open it up that much. Can you get a burning Melmon? That would just be nothing but fire and explosions. I'll think about it. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that they didn't do animated pings, because regular emotes are ping files. And that's the only format that they support. But then they went with animated GIFs for the new ones. Maybe because they don't have a consistent enough support for animation across platforms. Like, I think right now mobile doesn't support animation. It just shows you the first frame of things. So like mobile users, you're not going to see all of the wonderful emotes, I think. Alright, 5,000 to go, getting close. Hey, thanks, Luke. Glad you're liking those. I figured since I couldn't stream for the weekend, I might as well do some other stuff for the channel. Ended up not being able to do any Final Fantasy, so this was the next thing on my priority list to get done. What are we currently grinding for? Level 28 is my target for going to Lich. And really it's two things. Level 28 is about where Crescent Lake's gonna dry up for value. But it's also a couple more points of strength and gets me up to about 700 hit points for the Earth Cave trip. This version is PlayStation 1. This is the Origins Collection. And it is on normal difficulty, which is the one that's closer to NES in terms of the difficulty level overall. There's a couple of things that PlayStation does make easier, but it's pretty minor compared to the later remakes. man, living up in Canada. Try and stay safe, Falcon. It is really hot in Canada right now. That definitely has to be some uncomfortable weather for people in British Columbia. And Zingalon, thank you very much for gifting out a whole bunch of emotes there to the crowd. Hope everybody gets those, does enjoy it. And Zingalon, once again, thank you very much for the support. It is much appreciated. What would I hope to see in the Pixel Remasters? So there's a couple things the remasters do a good job of. Like the backgrounds in the Pixel Remasters look really good. I actually like the backgrounds a bunch, and it's the character artwork that so far has been kind of questionable. Like a lot of the Pixel Remasters for the designs have taken the newer color schemes, which tend to be kind of faded and washed out. They've been super, like, compressed, like, narrow-wise. Like, it's just a really weird aspect ratio for the appearance. And if they fix the character designs, then we could start seeing things like, do the spell animations look good? Do the menus look good? But the character's just so important to get right. And it's something that, if you're taking a step back from the Super Nintendo versions or from the PlayStation versions, it's really noticeable. Those two are the ones that probably did the best at the time for the era. Like, GBA's a little bit worse than PlayStation because the screen resolution's not as good. But this, like, kind of hits the highest quality mark for it overall. He makes 110 for you. That is pretty bad. Especially if it's in Celsius. I think one of the nice things about the summer, though, is that if I end up staying up really late, can actually take outdoor time before going to bed. It is kind of tough for me, though, to get a lot of quality outdoor time, though, in the summer. Why Square is so bad with the character sprite designs. I think the character designs in general suffer from changing preferences in the art style. Like the team that does Final Fantasy specifically. Well, there isn't a team that does Final Fantasy specifically. There's a bunch of teams. And they kind of compete for different projects. All right, let's see what we get here. Strong HP. That's good. Got the strength points. Didn't get the agility point. I'm going to put this one... Actually, no, we can get the agility point. Let's get it. But yeah, back to the Final Fantasy team stuff. There is a whole bunch of teams that work on Final Fantasies, and they kind of like rotate between different projects. So depending on which team you get, they've got different preferences, and they tend to not put the strong teams on these remake projects to begin with. And a couple years back, the art style preferences changed a bunch, which is where like all the really soft colors and the really soft designs came from. Like they almost kind of went back to the Amano designs and were like, take the watercolor styles but make them pixelated, which just doesn't work well in the combination. Whereas like the Dragon Warrior remakes, because it's a much more cohesive and consistent team over the years, like you still have a lot of people that did the early Dragon Warrior games still working on them. I think those ones do a lot better for the remakes of that series. Alright, let's check it out. 30 strength, no agility. Try again. should be probably about 7 to 10 tries to get this agility point. Yeah, the backgrounds is where they really do well. Like, I think that the art style trade-off that they make is so optimized for the big portrait style scenes. And if you've got like a really large format display for the character, like the character portraits and menus and things, those tend to do better with the style that they've got. 29, strength, no agility. Hoping for Dragon Quest III HD on PC. I think that it will be on all the platforms. Like, other than the lead series titles, which tend to get exclusives because console manufacturers will pay the money to make it exclusive for a limited time. Everything else Square does is pretty much multi-platform. 27, strength, intelligence. Come on. Now you're just being insulting. Yeah, I imagine the enemy sprites, which tend to be bigger, are probably gonna be less impacted than the character artwork, but you spend so much time looking at the characters that they really have to do a good job on those. $26. No agility. What do you think of the Bravely Default art style? I think it's a perfectly fine style, but it's also like specifically for a series. Like, there's a different art style between Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest games. The early ones are both pixel-based. But if you look at the designs for how those two series, like, visually appear, they don't have, like, the same kind of, like, common art language that within the series they're gonna be. So, like, Bravely Default, great example. Octopath Traveler, I think, is another good example of, here's a style that will work for a particular series, but you couldn't take the same style and just clone it into another one of these games. And of all the things for Dragon Quest HD, I think that's the thing that I'm most worried about. Is they try to take something like Octopath Traveler and redo Dragon Quest in that style. Because I think it's not going to work. Hey, Avin Chaos, welcome in. This version, 1 in 8 sounds about right, Jim, for the rates. I think it is higher than 1 in 8 for the strong HP gains. I want to say that's like 1 in 5. But I've been guessing like 1 in 10 for the stat points. Just based on what we've seen so far. Final Fantasy 1's darker than Dragon Quest 1. You can't really compare Final Fantasy 1 to Dragon Quest 1. In terms of, like, releases, Final Fantasy 1 came out about the same time in Japan as Dragon Quest 3. It was in between 2 and 3. And in Japanese markets, it was closer to 3. In the US market, it was closer to 2. So it's a little bit unfair to compare it to the first game in the Dragon Warrior series. There's a very vast improvement from 1 to 2 to 3 on Dragon Warrior games, in terms of like everything design-wise. While resetting, we are trying to maximize our stat gains as best as we can, Avocado. This version of the game has a cap of 50 levels, which is not even close to having the stat points that you'd want. So we're doing our best to get very, very good level ups. And we didn't get our agility points, so we're going to try again. If you're playing on easy difficulty, you go up to level 99. And at that point, even if you're missing, a quarter of your points, because you got twice as many levels, you'd have such better stats overall that you wouldn't have any problems. Dragon Warrior 1 is usually grindy. Well, they're stretching out the game. Dragon Warrior 1, compared to the later games of the series, has very little content. Like, that's one of the things about the Dragon Warrior 1 randomizer is that there's like 15 chests in the game, compared to like, 200 plus chests in something like Final Fantasy or Link to the Past for those randomizers. So you can't really rely on, interesting and varied item placements. And what they did for Dragon Warrior 1 initially is that if you didn't grind in that game, you'd be done in an hour, which you can see in the remakes, where leveling is much faster, and a speedrun takes, 90 minutes to do. Hey Zinglan, thank you much for gifting that sub out. And I do hope that the recipient does enjoy the emotes. Hey Venom, are low stats completely random? Not completely. The way level ups work is that you have, based on your character class and the level that you're moving to, a certain set of points that are guaranteed. And for anyone that isn't guaranteed, you have a percentage chance of those points happening anyway. So in this case, we're going to level 27. Which means that we always get a strength point, we always get a vitality point, we always get a luck point, and we always have a very large HP gain. So notice the HP gain, it'll still have a little bit of randomness, but it'll always be like 26 plus. What we don't have guaranteed is agility. That's what we want. And intelligence, which we don't care about. So we're trying to get one that has that agility point show up. How much agility do we need? Unlike the NES version, there's not like a hard cutoff. Every additional point helps more and more up until like a ridiculous amount. On the NES version, because of the way that there was the calculation for monster accuracy scores, there was a maximum amount of evasion. And you can't reach that normally with just the equipment and the agility in the game. But when you start using the defense sword, you'll hit that cap. And so for NES, we wanted to get enough agility points that 2 uses of the defense sword would cap us out. This version doesn't have a cap. So where you want to go exactly, it's going to be more based on how much you're willing to tolerate damage in boss battles. That'll be where you really see the difference. Hey Shinobi, welcome back for 35 months. Hope things are going well with you. And I hope you're enjoying the Fantasy Final Fantasy. We getting lucky at this point? Yeah, probably. It's those intelligence points. Got that twice. That's really the unlucky part of it. That could have been an agility point. Hey, Praxia. We're going to level 27 right now. We want to go to 28 before Lich. So we got this one, and then we got one more after it before we do Earth Cave. And that's basically all the leveling that I plan to do prior to getting the airship. 30 and no agility point. Yet again, the intelligence showing up. Hey, Kane, welcome in. Thank you, Rich, for the good wishes there. It's good to be back and doing our Solo Thief Challenge some more. We're trying to get strength every level up. Agility, I am willing to be flexible on. Thief naturally gets about 75% of the points. And with a couple of extra pushes, we'll probably get, 85% of them. Strength, I want 100%. We're going to get every single strength point. And on this version, thankfully, Vitality is not required. 31, and there's the agility point. Alright, level 27's done. Here goes level 28. Does intelligence do anything in this version? Nope. GBA is the first one that intelligence affects. Starting in GBA, every 10 points of intelligence gets you a multiplier on your spells, which is a very noticeable bump. It also meant that the Red Mage got a large nerf in that version. Hey, Gator36. Welcome back for 18 months, one half of your 36, and hope you're enjoying the shiny new orb. And Bald Moose 00, thank you for extending your subscription. I hope you're doing well here today. Just want to level up luck. Luck would slightly improve your first strike rate, but other than that, does not do much in this version. Luck is the thief's primary stat, so they get a guaranteed point every single time, and at least it's not intelligence. Is there any RPG where luck is actually important? Some of the SMT games, you can do really cool stuff with luck. Like, I think the Rhino series, luck is really good. A lot of SMT games, basically, if you put all of your points into one stat, it almost doesn't matter which stat it is, but just put all your points into one stat, and then it gets crazy. Hyrule 1989, welcome back. 49 months. Definitely one of the long-time subscribers. Hope you're having a great day here. But yeah, that's another series where basically any stat maxed out does interesting things. That was kind of like one of the design aspects of the Fallout series, was that because there are alternative ways of completing quests, whether you're doing it with combat or with stealth or with charisma, as long as you don't try to be like a little bit of everything, almost every playstyle will work out. The worst thing you can do in those type of games is have like everything really even, because you don't do anything well enough. Luck does impact drop rates in Symphony of the Night. If you ever go for all of the really exotic drops, if you don't have a lot of luck boosters, you are going to be very frustrated. That was definitely one of the things that I did my first playthrough of Symphony Night, was try and get like all kinds of cool equipment, and it takes forever to get the rare drops to happen. Red Mage without the hat. I mean, without the hat, Red Mage is nothing. That is what the class has going for it. Red Mage is basically a bard from Dungeons & Dragons, which was kind of the original jack-of-all-trades type of character classes. And often what happens is that they start off really well. Like, somebody that can do a little bit of everything at the beginning of the game is incredible, because they're able to like fill in all these different roles that you're otherwise really hurting for. But as the other specialties start getting more and more proficient at things, that really good starter character doesn't keep up. The reason we use a lot of red mages in speedruns for Final Fantasy is because you never get to enough levels where it would make a difference. Speedrun for NES, you finish the game at like level 17, which is way below where a lot of the specialties are going to develop. $473 max in NES. Yeah, we haven't even gotten all the strong level ups. We could have gotten like another 100 points of HP right now. If I try to get every single HP gain. But since we can easily get to 999 without having to worry about any particular level going critically well, I'm able to be a lot more relaxed on HP and vitality growth. Really cuts down on the grinding for the level ups. What level are we doing Lich at? We're doing it at 28, which is what we're getting right now. Reason for 28 is actually more than one thing. This is the last level up in a row for a couple of easy ones. 29, 30 are both on the harder side to get good stat gains. So we'd have to do some more painful level ups if we wanted to go past this. This is also where, around level 20 or so, you're going to see the Crescent Lake monsters starting to run a lot more often. And that becomes really problematic to get your experience gains at that point. So it's good to be able to cut things off where you can really quickly level up and then move on to better locations later. Level 28, we need the strong HP gain, but you have a guaranteed strength and agility point. NES, we would need to get the vitality point to drop, which is actually not too hard to make happen in comparison to a lot of these. So I think this one's gonna be like maybe 5 tries or so. Which does open up the question. Because we'll be trying Lich pretty soon. I'm wondering, is Lich gonna be first try? And this is first try of the actual attempts in the boss fight. So ignore trekking through the dungeon. We're going to save right before doing Lich. And you can predict whether or not we will beat him on the first go-around. I think it's actually a pretty good chance of yes. We need to avoid paralysis. That's going to be the worst part of it. If we can do that, I think we'll have him. We do an ice cave or ordeals first. So here's the pick. Ordeals doesn't really get any better after doing ice cave. Ordeals gets you a free gold bracelet, gets you a Zeus gauntlet for lit 2s. And because it doesn't really improve, I will probably do it before ice. That's what I got in these splits. NES, you would definitely do it before ice because you'd want that lit 2 for killing wizards. This version, we could just saves come around them, so we don't have to worry about the wizard fights. How do you get to 99? So, a lot of monsters have way more morale than you typically see here. I don't know how morale scales past level 50 on the easy mode version, whether the monsters will stick around for longer or not. But there's certainly a lot of monsters that at level 50 are not going to run away. And one of the big tricks is figuring out where can you effectively level in those like high 40s. Because for a long time I do my leveling in like the waterfall trap tile for the whiz mummies or for the Mirage Tower monsters. And we actually found out the last time we did Solo Thief that a really great place to level up is the Sea Shrine. Opening floor. Gershark does not run away at 50. Naga and Water don't run away at 50. You can quickly kill the Sahags with the Lit 2. So it's an actually really good spot for power leveling. And you're right next to a town, so you get to get all the benefits of a good leveling location. Intelligence, yeah, does nothing in this version of the game. In GBA, it does impact item power as well. Yeah, Sea Shrine leveling was so good. Next time we do like a 4-white mage playthrough, I'll probably level on Sea Shrine. But it was just so much nicer having that that convenience. There we go, more giants. I am semi-tempted to do this last level up in Hall of Giants. I don't know if we'd be able to still have enough heal potions left over after doing that, though, to make it down to Lich. The only thing holding me back is Hall of Giants is such a long restock time. 20k to go. Hey, help a noob out. Welcome in. Doing good on our leveling here. We've gotten, so far, 2.5 levels done. This last half level is the remaining bit before we go face Lich and Ordeals in Ice Cave. So after we get through this, it is a bit of story time for a little while. Plenty of money. I'm going to need all of this cash to buy steel armors, Michael. That is where these funds are going. Steel armors for days. Sky Castle in the 40s. Sky Castle, you'd have to deal with the recovery. You'd burn through 99 heal potions pretty quickly. And considering the trip to get there, that is a big restock time. Hey, MD Soul Eater. Welcome back for 10 months. Hope things are going well with you. I mean, of course we'd have multiple steel armors. One is not nearly enough to show off the thief's complete lack of common sense. No, we will get all the steel armors. See how we're doing. 17k left, alright. That's about 10 more good battles. Again, this is just strong level that we're trying to force out here, so about a 1 in 5 chance. It is not that many rolls to get it. Cat claws too, now you're asking for a lot. Maybe one cat too far. Speaking a little bit too far, this may have been one troll too far. You can do it, Dan. You can do it. You really can't do it. All right, Dan, get the dodge. Get that dodge in. Dan did not dodge. Try again, Dan. Try again. Twitch, welcome back. 44 months. Hope things are going well with you. It is great to have you here tonight as we have our solo thief adventuring. Moving into the really nice phase of the game. We finally have gear. Just so wonderful getting all these upgrades. Kind of a shame that there's not that many upgrades left. We've already got the best weapon we're going to have prior to the Masmune. And since Thief cannot leave Temple of Fiends once you go in there, that means this is it for all of the bosses other than Tiamat 2 and Chaos. Defense-wise, we still have a couple of improvements. We'll get the Pro Cape whenever we get up to Sky Castle. That along with the black shirt, the 2 rewards for crossing past the blue D. The pro ring as soon as we have the airship. And the gold bracelet we can pull out of ordeal, so that we don't have to worry about buying that. We get the fourth attack. I think it's level 36, I want to say. I want to say that the rune sword is just so inconveniently positioned that you're just short of 5 attacks. Let me see if I can find it. Rune sword, 39. Yeah, so you'd be 5 levels short of having your 5th attack. 4 is what you're going to cap out with on the thief. Pretty far way to go for that. We got level 23 picking up this 3rd attack. If we had beaten Astos before then, that's when we would have seen it happen. I'm still disturbed that Dan's dragging these 3 dead bodies around. I mean, it's been almost a full day that he's had those. Gonna stop bothering the peds. Takes us a couple of hits to kill one ped, and they're fleeing so often that we're barely ever getting enough to make that happen anymore. Trolls and giants, though, those are still good sources. Was Prophecy named for being the last game? No, that's a fictional story. They did have to change the name shortly before release, because the name that they were going to use was actually already in use for something. But originally it was called Fighting Fantasy. Series of gaming books. Yeah, I knew it was something that was using the name, but I'd never seen anything called Fighting Fantasy. And that is where Final Fantasy got its name from. Just trying to change it enough to avoid issues with that. Which is funny because they copied so many things out of Dungeons & Dragons that it turned out that the game title was what ended up being problematic. Let's see how we're doing now for XP. 11k to go. The Beholder made it into the Famicom version. That one didn't get changed into the NES release. So Famicom, and I think MSX also has the Beholder sprite for Eye and Phantom. But the game name got changed even for the original Famicom version. So that must have happened before that took place. to the Super Nintendo Final Fantasy that allow for this type of character challenge. There is a really great Super Nintendo Final Fantasy for this type of challenge. Final Fantasy V has a job system, and there is a thing called the 4-Job Fiesta going on right now that you might see people doing that allows you to have these type of challenges. That's definitely what I'd look at. Final Fantasy 3 and Tactics also have kind of these job systems, but they don't really mesh as well with a lot of the challenge setups as Final Fantasy V, which really does well for that. Want me to do a 4-Job Fiesta run? The problem is 4-Job Fiesta's in the summer, which I am usually really busy for. This year I'm a little bit less busy because SGDQ is online instead of something that has to be done in person, but it's still usually a really bad time for me to do a lot of this extra stuff. We got lucky that Final Fantasy Season 14 wrapped up in just the nick of time for doing the season intermission here. PSX 5, yeah, PlayStation release, and GBA is probably the most common US release. That if you want to get a decent version, it's actually got a bunch of improvements over the Super Nintendo one, but GBA is not quite as strong as Super Nintendo for graphics and sound. So there's a lot of people that really like the translated Super Nintendo one, and a lot of people that really like the GBA one. Plan level for Lich, 28. This level up is our last one before doing Earth Cave. Yeah, 5 and 6 got released together. This is 1 and 2, and then the third one in the series for PlayStation was 4 plus Chrono Trigger, which is kind of a weird combination. Like, I thought it would have made sense to do like 1 plus 2, 4 plus 5, and then 6 plus Chrono Trigger, but maybe they didn't want to put 6 and Chrono Trigger together because those are like the strongest games in the series, so they probably wouldn't have had as many people buying 4 and 5 if it had been that pairing. Yep, Super Nintendo translation is a fan one. But at this point, there's so many official translations that you don't have to worry about, you know, quality and accuracy of a fan translation effort. It was probably a lot dodgier when there was nothing really specific about how they did the translations. And that's kind of no longer an issue. Oh, come on, where's those giants and trolls? Just need a handful more battles here. You'll do nicely. At this point, we are 5,000 away. So that is 3 more fights. Gets us in position to start taking some level up tries. Alright, just this once on the peed. Don't make me regret it. Oh, you made me regret it. What a regrettable peed that was. And that is why peeds are not to be trusted. They start running at, I think, level 13? It's one of the earliest monsters to start failing morale checks. So, like, even in, like, a casual playthrough where you're not, like, super leveling up, you'll often see peeds running away in areas where, like, nothing else is playing. Mike ABC, welcome back for 29 months. Great to have you here today, and I hope you are enjoying our solo Dan playthrough. And SDubs187, welcome back for 8 months. Hope you're having a great day. That's pounding. Alright, there's the bull done. I was worried bull would run away. You cannot get a good burger anymore. Then you're getting the Legend of Mana release. It looks decent. That's definitely one where I would say continue to follow the advice of not getting super hyped until you could see it in depth, but there's been enough people playing it that it looks like Legend of Mana might not be as good as Trials of Mana for quality, but still pretty good. Hey, Demon X, welcome in. We are back to our Soul Thief adventure here tonight. Doing our last level up before Lich. And then things are gonna get a little bit more spicy. Yeah, I think the thing about Legend of Mana that bugged me was just like the backgrounds and the sprites don't match. It's kind of like the high quality background remasters in like the Final Fantasy 8 and 9 PC releases, where you have this really big gap between the quality of the character models and the quality of the backgrounds. And it's not that it's one was like bad or anything. Like, they're probably both at least as good as the original. It's just that they put a lot of effort into improving one, and the other one they didn't touch much. Keep dreaming, MTI. Actually, 3,600 would be way more than I think we would need for time on this. I would be shocked if we are not done by, like, 2,000 minutes. Like, I'm pretty sure that is comfortably more than the NES one took. I'm gonna say. Now, while we did spend a few more hours on Astos, everything else is just gonna get faster and faster. What, the Final Fantasy remasters on Switch? I think it's going to come down to packaging. If they try to sell, like, each game for, like, $20 a piece, they'll want to do that on something like PS4 or Steam, where you have a downloadable store that a lot of people use. Switch doesn't really get as much store traffic compared to, like, well, obviously, like, PC games, where nothing is on physical releases anymore. But I think those type of, not really new releases, but not like repackaged old ones, do better on, like Steam. Alright, we gotta be really close now. 3,300 to go. Good games for the Switch. Do you like Zelda games? Do you like Mario games? You should definitely get those. $2,000 left. Older Mario games than all those other games. Well, they do have the Link's Awakening remake, which is really good. I definitely recommend that. I think Breath of the Wild, even though it's a newer Zelda, does not feel as much of the newer Zelda as like Skyward Sword did for some reason. But Link's Awakening is definitely the feel of the old Zeldas. And of course, the sleeper Mario game, if you like the old style Marios, is Super Mario Maker 2. I don't quite like the physics in Mario Maker 2 for some of them, because they tend to update the physics for the new SMB engine. But other than like some really minor inconsistencies, they do a pretty good job of getting you a lot of old Mario content. Hey Visk, welcome in. I would say we've got maybe 10 hours left of Solo Thief. We're past the really bad part. Now that Astos is done, that is the worst of it on this PlayStation version. Saga Frontier Remaster didn't fix the things that were most wrong with Saga Frontier, which is that it's really hard to figure out where you're going and what to do. Saga Frontier and Saga Frontier 2 are games that kind of really need a walkthrough to like avoid a bunch of frustration. And I was kind of hoping that the remaster would, either through like more in-game story direction or some mechanism, would help you out with like, here's where this storyline goes next. But it doesn't. That's like the biggest thing I have against it. Everything else, like design-wise, like there's nothing like fundamentally wrong with like the game engine or the graphics of the Saga remaster. They look decent. Might go into skip ordeals. I'm gonna get the ordeals trip probably just for making my quality of life a little bit nicer. Technically, I don't have to. Like, I can get Thor Hammer without too much delay. We don't need it lit 2 for Ice Cave like we do on NES. But might as well do it. Why not Hollow Giants? Because you have to do a really long trip to restock your supplies. You cannot fight there for very long without running out of heal potions and having to do a couple minutes to get more. Alright, here we go. Didn't get the strong level up, so we're going to retry that. But in Xenoblade Chronicles, there's a lot of RPG series which are like, they're okay, I guess. I wouldn't play them just because the time investment once you start a series is so extreme. But it's not that they're necessarily like flawed in any way. It's just like, all right, here's a kind of generic series. There's a dozen of these. You can only pick so many to do. Which ones do you want to play? Try it again here. Didn't get the strong level. That's 2 tries. I'm going to say it's 4 tries for this. I will put my prediction in for that. We want the strong HP gain, so I can tell right away whether we get it. Alright, FDI, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams to you. The Xeno series did have a really troubled past. All kinds of problems with getting Xeno Gears re-released. Xenosaga 1 started off really nice, and then just completely fell apart. Both the story of Xenosaga, as well as like mechanically. They were extremely experimental for Xenosaga 2, and it did not work out. I just made some very bad design choices for that game, and it completely killed the series. Which is a shame, because like Xenosaga 1 had some promise. It was decently enjoyable. I thought it, premise-wise, was interesting. And then 2 was just a disaster. Alright, come on, strong level up. Nope! 0 for 3. guaranteed strength, agility, intelligence, and luck. And because we don't need vitality, that's everything. Except for strong HP. That we still need. Yeah, Xenosaga 3 tried to save things Writhing Virtue. They went back to the mechanics of Xenosaga 1 to a large degree. They basically completely scrapped their storyline stuff. Both because it was out of control, but also because they were basically told that the whole team's getting fired. And so they're just gonna put replacements in to, like, finish the game off. So they kind of need to have some replacement in there. Hey, Vrexia, thank you very much for the host. Hope you had a wonderful day today. And there's our strong level up, which is the last thing we're looking for to go over to the Earth Cave. It is time to take out our first of the 4 fiends as a solo thief. Solo thief has been certainly an adventure. Astos, the biggest bottleneck in this version of the game. Second biggest in NES, where Chaos is also really, really brutal. Hey, Vrexia, welcome in. And yep, it is time for the Lich to begin. Which is at level 28, which is the last level up I was going for there. And now we'll take a little stroll. New front mission. That's a series that has not seen a lot of action. They did a bunch of remakes and re-releases a couple years ago for Front Mission. It seemed like it was almost getting some attention again, and then that kind of dried up for a bit. I have no idea where they are going with that series. Hey, Eater, welcome in. I am definitely loving the Solo Thief. I mean, quality of life, it's a lot better than NES. Just being able to buy 99 heal potions at once is fantastic. But you don't have to worry about equipment management. You have decent improvements to the graphics, sound, the gameplay moves faster. And the big thing. The big thing is going to be that once we get that power glove, oh boy, is it going to be different. That one item. Because Saber does not work on the NES version, but works here, is so going to change things. I don't remember which of the front missions I really liked. It was either 2 or 3. But I definitely felt like the first couple of them were really good. And then after a while, like, I couldn't like really figure out like what the releases were going for. So I just kind of stopped paying attention to the series. No, Dan, don't get paralyzed. I played Grandia. I highly recommend Grandia 2. Grandia 1, after you've seen Grandia 2, is really basic. But 2 is a great game. I haven't played the Steam re-release of it, but I have heard it's a pretty good version for accessibility. The one that I played was the PS2 version. Hey, SSB Stu, welcome back. 27 months. That's nearly as many times as we've gotten food poisoning here at the Melmond Inn. Steam version of Grindy 2 is okay. Is there anything wrong with it? Urkito. Like, does it crash? Does it have really awful graphical up conversions or something? Because there's definitely some problems with the PS2 one. There's like a whole bunch of extra lag compared to the original version of Grindy 2, but as far as I know, like, because of Dreamcast's very poor accessibility, I figured that the PC one was at least a pretty decent pickup for people. Alright, we are going into the Earth Cave. We got a prediction for whether or not Lich is going to be first try. I think he's going to be. I think we get to Lich. And unless we get paralyzed, we should be okay. Any chest? Nope. Already got the coral sword out when we went down to Vampire, so there's nothing else in Earth Cave worth getting. Ordeals, the only two things worth getting are the Zeus Gauntlet and the gold bracelet. Ice Cave, there's nothing for the thief. Gurgur, there's nothing for the thief. Those are both places where the ninjas got tremendous stuff. That's where you get your Ice Mail and Flame Mail and Ice Shield and Flame Shield, Ice Sword upgrades, like all kinds of great stuff there. But for the thief, it's, well, it's Rune Sword or bust. No more ogres, thank you. Those ogres, delicious for a little while. But by the time that the thief can realistically kill ogres quickly, the ogres are starting to run away. So it becomes a really bad time trying to get XP. Like, I think if you didn't have to grind the level ups, like statistically you didn't need to force out all the points, and if the monsters didn't run away, the thief would be less than half the time that it ends up taking. Because you could probably pretty efficiently take out ogres once you're in the teens of the thief. And that would make Astos maybe not enjoyable to grind for, but certainly a lot faster. Okay, floor 3 here, still need to deal with the wizards. Spectre and Geist is probably dangerous for the paralysis. Everything else should be fine. Damn, just ran away. You're like 20 levels higher than normal. This shouldn't be a problem. There he goes. Just barely taking out the wizards in one shot. Coral Sword might be a better choice here. Since it's only for the one floor, I think we will just leave the Rune Sword on. We'll declare that werewolf the winner. You don't remember the later enemies in the series running away like this as much? Like, they stopped having as big of an emphasis on level grinding in Final Fantasies. So for this game, level grinding was kind of how they stretched out content. That and making you duplicate some of the dungeon walks, so that you have to, go through the Earth Cave multiple times and things like that. But a big part of how they made games longer in this era was you have like an hour in a dungeon, then you have like 2 or 3 hours of leveling, then an hour in the dungeon, then 2 or 3 hours of leveling. Just kind of, with a small amount of content, you can double or triple the length of a game. And as they could get more and more real content into games, instead of leveling and walking through hallways, they started making a shift over. So like Final Fantasy IV, you sometimes need a little bit of leveling, but only like a little bit. Like you'll have like 15 minutes of leveling for an hour of going through a dungeon. So it doesn't feel nearly as bad. There's my key item here. There's the Earth Rod. And by the time you get to like 7, you don't really need to ever level up. Like, if you want to, like if you're struggling with an area, then go ahead, grab some levels to improve your materia and get some money or things like that. But when we did the PlayStation 7 playthrough a couple of months ago, I never did any leveling until we were doing like Ruby and Emerald weapons. Like we never stopped and leveled in an area. We just did nothing but the storyline. Four GBA needs extra leveling. Yeah, I think 4 was the last one where leveling was mostly noticeable. But like I said, I think by the time you got to 6, it was sometimes there, but not really, and then 7, it was pretty much gone. Yeah, 7 if you want to grind, it's like, you're in the final crater, you're getting the pots for all of the XP materia, or you're doing like grinding for the battle arena or things like that, but you don't need it to beat Sephiroth. The final boss of the game doesn't require that you ever really stop for leveling ever. And that was like the first game where that was probably true. All the side stuff, it probably needs some levels still. Almost done with this lawyer. Ooh, the Spectre Geist. Run away, Dan! Dan did not run away in time. I kind of doubt that he's getting out of that. It's just a character for our first solo run. Fighter. Definitely the fighter. By far easiest character to work with. Beginning to end, really, really nice. Black Belt starts out very badly, but is the easiest to finish. Red Mage starts out really well, but it's kind of like in the middle-ish to finish. Fighter, beautiful. I guess for GBA and probably DS had this as well, there is kind of a bug in the battle systems for those games that is likely the reason why you did have to do that extra leveling. Essentially, the remake versions of 4, the enemies act way too quickly. And you don't notice it at the beginning of the game. Like, things like Octomam and Mom Bomb, they're like a little bit tougher, but when you get to like CPU, the faster actions become so noticeable for what it does to the balance of the game. That probably is where a lot of that leveling is coming from. And as far as I know, it's just like entirely a bug for the enemies moving more rapidly than they should. Big 66, welcome back for 10 months. Hope you're having a great day here and enjoying our solo thief adventure. Yeah, anybody that's played Final Fantasy IV for like speedrunning knows about like how weird that game's speed system is for how agility works. Especially with like the anchor character and kind of the relative agility between the monsters and your team. And that's probably why things got really out of hand with the remake ones. Alright, here we go. We've made it to Lich. Will we get it? First try. Why are the Earth Cave items so terrible? I think it's you just have really good items as part of the Mystic Key quest right before this. But there's not a lot left. Like, you have Melmond and Crescent Lake and a whole bunch of things that also open up at this time. Dilutes the value of the Earth Cave a bit. Okay. First of the 4 fiends. Let's roll. Big thing is paralysis. We don't want to see Dan get paralyzed. Other than that, we're in there. There's the paralysis. Okay, 1 round's not bad. Losing a round to sleep. Ooh, paralyzed again. Well, at least he's paralyzed right before the paralysis spell. But then you need to snap out of this. He's close. He's slowed. He's doing 1 damage. Alright, may have some problems now. He got hit by every single sleep spell. And I think our first try is going to be unsuccessful. Was not a first try, Lich. But we will try again. The nice thing is we don't have to walk through the Earth Cave again. That's such a big relief. We just need to not get put to sleep 4 different times. And also not get paralyzed. Yeah, this has got a 75% spell rate. It's the same as Astos. So it's kind of unusual to see him use a bunch of physical attacks. Which, other than the one hold spell, physical is where he gets most of his stuns in. There's that sleep. He's getting hit by sleep every time. Dodge the bind. Did not dodge the bind. He did not dodge. And hit by the slow. And the sleep. So now he's asleep, paralyzed, and slowed. Now he's back. Snapped out of all three in the same round. Let's go. Nope, back asleep. I am not certain how Dan is managing to fail every single resistance check. It seems physically impossible, but yet here we are. Here we are. Good idea, you can't slow him if he was already slowed. Still has not succeeded a single time on resisting. Still no resists. He's level 28. Alright, second try. Might have been worse than try number one. Good news is Lich does not have Dark. More of those 50 pluses. Really, we need hundreds. Those are the ones we really want to see. Get a couple of hundreds, and then you're in great shape for this fight. There's one of those. Which should be foreign. I don't think this is a double HP fight yet. Chaos is double HP, but all the rest of the fiends should be normal. Which means we might be getting close here. No, Dan got paralyzed. Critical moment. Dan going down. Dan. Defeated. If it's 400 HP, that was close. If it's 800, then things are gonna get tough. $800 in this version, alright. Dan needs more crits. I knew Chaos was doubled in this one. I was hoping. Lich was not. $285, really good start so far. $347. Dodge the sleep for the first time. 440 definitely has more than 400. Ooh, that's a big crit. That does not help. 515. 585. No, the paralysis! We were doing so good, Dan. So good. But now he is paralyzed. He's slowed. He's probably asleep. And he does not have many rounds to live. Oh, damage, Dan. Come on, Dan. Clutch this out. Ooh, that was too much. Just barely short. Well. Now we've got a competition. New high score on Lich. I believe was 743. Maybe 745. And that's why we need a lot of strength points. Big thing's gonna be dodging that slow. That's really killing our damage. Dodging slows, dodging paralysis. And getting those crits, hopefully with more damage. Paralyzed. Didn't get slowed. Damage is so low at this point, though, compared to last time. But I don't have a lot of optimism for him. Probably not surviving the bolt at this rate. Definitely not surviving bolt. Hey, Shay Wolf, welcome in. Dan needs a lot of damage this round. Dan does not get a lot of damage. Try again. In theory, he only needs 8 hits. Just 8 really good ones. That's not a bad one. That's a really not bad one. Another good start here, 250. We can dodge the slow. I'll feel good about this attempt. 300. 330. Here's the paralysis, that's not helping. Come on, Dan! Dan got slowed. If it was 400, we would have been close, Shay Wolf. It's 800 on this version, though. Our high score so far is 745. And Dan is doing 8 damage. Alright, coming up we got the important round. Can he dodge the slow here? That'll be a real big factor of whether he's got a chance or not. He's doing a lot of physicals too. A lot of physicals. Here comes the slow. No, Dan got slowed. So close, Dan. So close. Good start, round one. Falling off a bit. At 230 though at the haste is not too shabby. That's pretty shabby. Very shabby. Still has not even broken 300 at the fire too. He was doing so good. And then the power outage. Try again. Glad you enjoyed the Astros fight, Shea Wolf. It was probably first try. Can you hold A or tap A? It depends on the fight sometimes. I usually like to tap it because the animations are so long your thumb gets tired holding it down the whole time. Hey, good dodge there. Good damage rolls. We've had a couple of bad rounds, so we're not doing that great, but we're doing decently. Just need to see that slow one miss. Well, Dan, it was a good effort. I don't think Dan's taken a turn in like the last 2 minutes. Oh wait, there we go. Wait, never mind. Another sleep round. Yeah. Dan kind of fell off a cliff there. But it's like the first half of the fight went really well. Dan's level 28. Getting some good dodges in there, but our damage output's really bad. And he's paralyzed. Yeah, you would need 11 levels to get the 4th attack. Which you're going to benefit from the strength along the way, probably a lot more than a fourth attack at this point. You get a little bit more magic defense. The thief is really, really bad at resisting, though. So they're basically relying on the ribbon, too. Carrying him through a lot of magic defense situations. Damage at fire. I mean, at this point, Astos is way easier. We would probably have very little difficulty with Astos at this gear, especially. The damage output would be so dramatically different that fight's no problem. This one, though. This one is gonna be a struggle. And this is 300 at fire. And the slow is effective. Yeah, this is probably the last real gatekeeper. We'll have Zeus Gauntlet for Zombie D and for the Eye. So not that many rounds to kill either of those. But this one still has a lot of variance in our damage. And Liz has a lot of health. Okay, 200 damage at fire. Even if we don't get slow, this is unlikely to work out. And of course, Dan slowed. There may have been some unanticipated difficulties with the Lich fight, but still. I am assuring you all that Dan's got this situation totally under control. I mean, it does slow for Astos as well, which is at a lower level. So it's possible. The bolt. $450 at fire. All right, see if we can dodge the slow here. Got a chance. We got a chance. Really good chance. Don't get paralyzed, Dan. Don't get paralyzed. There goes Lich. first of our 4 fiends is down. And through his evil necromantic powers, which has revived the other 3 thieves to make them dance around. It is macabre. Earth cave's done. Pull this out of the way. We can now get the canoe. And head on over. 2 ordeals. Ordeals is technically not required. We don't need to get the tail. This is a no-class change playthrough. But it contains 2 nice items. Gold bracelet, which would otherwise not be until after the ice cave and cost us 50,000 gold to buy. We get the Zeus gauntlet, which you'll get a similar-ish item by the time you get to Mirage Tower. But that's a little bit further into the game. So we'll be able to get Lit 2 earlier by doing the ordeal strip. No. We are not brave enough for the Melmond Den. We must run. We must run as fast as we can. First ribbon. I mean, we could do Sea Shrine, we can do Waterfall. We have a choice about which one to do. We're not going to finish Sea Shrine then, we would just go up to Mermaids typically, so probably Waterfall is the more convenient one for it. Hey, Newster, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day here, and thank you very much for the good wishes. Yeah, we'll definitely want to get the defense sword as well. There's no point getting the white shirt because we only got 1 character. You'd rather have the defense sword, which has twice as much effectiveness. 20,000 XP. Just making sure that we don't need to pick up a level here before doing ordeals. Think we'll be okay. Alright, B Grand 3, have a good night. Runeseeker 22, you as well. Ghost busting will not be a problem. Remember that random encounters can all be deleted thanks to our memo saves. Unlike NES where you have to take a certain amount of random encounters, you don't have the ability to dodge things indefinitely. With memo save, it is the bosses that you really have to deal with. Back-to-back 1 in 64s. Yeah, the redness is different in this version. Unlike NES, which has a fixed table, you can get low probability events back to back. Victory! We are declaring that victory. You cannot dull Don's triumph. Are there combat loops? No. That's another thing that, because the RNG is no longer table-based, is not a thing anymore. You think the one guy that's dressed differently would be the important NPC? Nope! It's the guy next to him that's got the canoe. These old men are so confused they don't even know the right clothing to wear. Alright, since it went so well, getting that first try Lech, I think we'll have something different for what we have in ordeals coming up. That is, how many times do we see the man cat? And I will go ahead and get this prediction started here. So the man cats, one of the more dangerous things on the NES version. Again, for PlayStation, we can dodge around all of the random encounters, so we don't have to worry about man cats ending our attempt through there. But that is when we're doing the single segment speedruns, one of the really nasty ones to deal with. First try Pillar Maze, likely. It is likely going to be first try. So you don't really want experience right now. I might have to take a level up in between ordeals and Ice Cave, so that we can get an eye grind going. Eye grind's actually a tempting proposition when you have this memo save capability. Like, you can get safely eye battles over and over again. You can get really good experience for them. And you can get, thanks to the hard work of the Ag Research Society and thanks to all of our volunteer researchers like you, brand new and never before seen Agama facts. Did you know that Agama is the official mascot of 83% of yachting clubs? Well, now you do, and now your life is just a little bit better. Soon, Sahag. Soon you will fear my Zeus gauntlets. That's right, you better run away. I'll be coming for you. Go ahead, plop down our canoe. Worms. All right. Very rarely seen wyvern worm in this part of the world. We're taking them. They're no sorries, but I'd be sorry to pass them up. Why do this version instead of the NES version? Because we've already done Soul Thief on the NES version. It was a great time. But now it's time to do it on this version. Let's see, level-wise, we got 18,000 points to work with here. Shouldn't be a problem. And there's those Sarias. They might not be as crunchy as real Agamas, but they definitely have a lot of vitamin C. Now we only have 14,000 experience to work with. Might have been a mistake. In we go. I think this one you have to actually talk to the old man to activate the chair. Quite a shame. Let's head up. It is not a comfortable chair. It's the worst. Well, no encounters so far. We've had a very quiet ordeals. This is the same pattern, yes. Same pattern as NES, which is all bottoms. Bottom, 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 bottom. Our first fight is Medusas. Good job, Dan. Good job. The 1 in 64 Zombie D encounter. Zombles. I really don't want to take fights because I'm too close to the level up for comfort. At some point you start getting to the range where a double zombie D fight at the end of the dungeon would get you a level up. And suddenly we have all kinds of encounters. Wow, those man cats were not looking so good, but there's one man cat fight down. There's just something wrong with their faces. It was all awful. Do they cast fire in this version? I know GBA they start with fire, but I don't know about PlayStation whether they've made the change yet. Dan survived 5 consecutive Saria glances. 0 for 2 on Medusas. How about Soster hits? Nope, going for this trance. Well, with this somehow vastly increased encounter rate, your man-cat odds are going way up. Is 100% playthrough a viable stream option? We did 100% on GBA, I think. And the obvious ones were the problem ones. Doing the Iron Golems, the T-Rex, the ones you'd expect to be really painful. Most of the game is not that hard to get the monsters to show up. Guess Warmech's actually on the harder side than this one. As soon as he goes to 1 in 64, it is way tougher to find that guy. Yeah, 100% for GBA takes longer because of the bonus dungeons. Here we go, can we escape this ongoing nightmare? That's not bad. I will definitely take that. We'll see if we can make it down the last 3 hallways without getting another man-cat fight. Almost made it down this one. Good effort, Dan. Good effort. Alright, man-cats probably start with fire one if our goyles do. I wouldn't imagine they only swapped one of the two. And one. There we go. Gold bracelet obtained. That is such a nice upgrade. Now we got 9 extra defense. Which, especially for the monsters hit you multiple times per round, is really a big improvement. There are harder difficulty, there is easy and there is normal. We're playing on normal, which is about the same difficulty as the NES version. Easy will get you double experience and twice as many levels. So you get to level 99, which takes a lot of the statistical challenge out of the game. And also gets you a ridiculous number of spell slots. There we go, Zeus Gauntlets. There's the good stuff. I'm gonna move this around. Probably put gauntlets up at the top. Still using potions pretty frequently. We'll have our antidote intent down here. We'll hang on to coral and dragon swords for the time being. Now we gotta get out of here. One more hallway to go. No tails for us. It is only Time for some zombie days. $14K experience, I believe, is fine here. We have a single zombie D fight. Try the physical attack. Might be better than the Zeus here. Yeah, Zeus is probably better than that. Of course, Dan getting paralyzed and getting pounded. Yes, this is going well. Nope, paralyzed again. Well, it seems like the paralysis procs very often. Bottom one's almost dead. Resist the urge to be paralyzed, Dan. Come on. They're now both really close. He's still up. He's in it. And the zombies are finished. Ordeals. Contained one man cat. And boy, that was quite the ordeal. Alright, good times. Good times had by all. Hydra Ocho way less threatening now that we got that gold bracelet. You can see Dan taking those hits with ease. And that was 9 extra defense compared to what we had before. Our last big upgrades are going to be Pro Cape and Pro Ring. Pro Ring is plus 7 defense and Pro Cape is plus 6 over what we have. Ribbon's the same because it doesn't have very good physical resist. Oh, this poison might kill him. Alright, so I'm going to stop in Elfland for some resupplying, then up to Ice Cave for our eye fight. In theory, we can do an eye grind and get a whole bunch of levels here. I don't know if it's going to be really all that much better to go back later, because you're not going to get a better weapon. So at best, you're going to get the ribbon for reduced lightning damage. I think that's going to be the most noticeable difference for eye now versus a second trip. Good poison notices. Go ahead, max those out. Get that maxed out again. We're gonna get rid of this ice sword. I didn't mean to pick that up. Can ditch our silver bracelet now. I mean, you could grab a whole bunch of gear to sell later in this game, like all the stuff that the fighter could use. But realistically, there's nothing to spend the money on. You've got the bottle to purchase, and the pro ring, which is going to cost you just a small fraction of what I've already got for money. Which is why, as is tradition, on our Solo Thief playthroughs, we'll be buying a lot of steel armor. Hey, Pale Side Later. Welcome in. We've got a Solo Thief playthrough currently going on. Having just finished off ordeals, it is time to head to the Nice Cave. This time might actually be a pretty good one. Now, I believe in this version, they've already reversed the order of the Eye's moves, so he should start with Lit 2 as his first spell. That is actually not that helpful for us, because we'd actually want to see XXXX. That guarantees that it does nothing, because we have more than 300 health. But Lit 2 is a very survivable move. The thing we have to deal with is that at some point pretty soon, we'll be looking at level 29. And this is going to be a tough level up to get. We want to see both the strength point and the strong level up ideally happen. And we might be doing that in a dungeon, which is going to be our first time having to really get a level up on the road. I think I might be able to do it in this river system. How much XP do we need? 3,800. Okay, we can definitely do it in the river. That'll be a little bit nicer. Lets me take 2 saves instead of 1. That way we can bank a strength point. Not have to worry about the approximately 1 in 50 chance of getting both at the same time. Go ahead and put that 10 up. And go grind level 29. Alright, this is the Furgator R Caribou version. Normally not seen in the South in the NES game. They cannot appear until you're into the area around the waterfall. As you can see, they're a lot more powerful than the regular fights here. And Dan does not get his gator. Fortunately, we should not see them all that often. That's one of the really weird changes that you have in the NES version. They have 2 separate canoe areas. There is the Southern Canoe Zones, which is basically everything pre-airship, and the Northern Canoe Zones, which is everything up in the second half of the world. The remakes mix those together. So instead of having multiple canoe areas, used to have really dangerous monsters super early on. All right, 1,400 left to go. Yep, you can still save the game in vehicles in this version, just like NES. Pretty sure you can save in the airship as well. It's a little bit less likely of a proposition, but definitely helps to save in the canoe and the boat. Dangerous nachos! Okay, our first crack at level 29. We need both the strength point and the strong HP gain. It's a lot to ask for. Hey, Brazilian guy, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day here. Damn, 1 hit point. Can he clutch it out? Nope, he cannot. He was close. Those nachos had a little bit too many jalapenos. I forget what the nacho is in the kind of evolution of the language for it, but those are based off of the Atyug from Dungeons & Dragons for the regular Ocho. So you can kind of see like they shortened Atyug to Ocho for the name. Played solo Red Mage once, that's a decent one. Red Mage is like the 3rd hardest. Well, no. They're right in the middle. They're probably 4th hardest overall. Nice thing about Red Mage is they start off so well. But they hit a little bit of a ceiling for their especially melee capabilities. So they're kind of tough to get past the very end of the game. Alright, first try at it. Do we get to the good level? Did not get the strong HP gain. We did get the strength point, though. What do we have coming up for strong HP gains? We still need 300 more hit points, which is about 10 strong level ups. Do we have 10 guaranteed ones? That's the big question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guaranteed. And then essays, which are basically guaranteed. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we can still pull this off. So even if I don't try to optimize at all for the strong level ups, I believe we can make this work out. So I'm actually going to take this, rather than do a whole bunch of resetting for it. And we get the strength point first try, which is great. Just getting that out of the way is really nice. Couldn't break 800 as a solo red mage. NES, definitely. That is about where a lot of the non-fighter classes end up. Fighter and Black Belt both hit 999 pretty easily. Red Mage and White Mage start getting pretty dicey around 700. Thief around 800 for where you can get to. And let's not talk about the Black Mage. Their HP is really sad. Well, this version, because you can get more strong level ups, we'll have no problem get to 999. And that is why we head into the ice cave. Also because we want the stuff. We do also want the stuff. Missed one vitality in the 40s. That's not bad. We got, for the Solo Thief NES, basically all the vitality points up through like the mid-40s, and then they're just so much less valuable then that it's better to trade off for some of the other stat gains at that point. Four-way was just a fun one. It's a little bit longer than I like to do single-sitting playthroughs at this point. I've done a solo or single-sitting 4-white mages a couple of years ago, but they're kind of like right around the 10-hour mark on NES. GB's a little bit friendly. You can do 4-white mages in like 5 hours. Oh, since they taking out the wizard, so nice! I'm gonna take out these images in race. Also because it's really tough to run from these things. They're super fast. Hey, Turk Dog. Yeah, the Solo Thief spends a little bit of time at Astos. That is where many hours go to. We'll probably do like another, maybe about 4 hours or so today. And then have a nice chunk left for tomorrow. Also looking at our potion count, we probably can't really do an eye grind. I was hoping to get like 2 or 3 levels here. I might be able to get 1 level from the eyes, depending on how many times we get hit by Lit 2. Here we go, heading down. No need to pick up that flame sword. Nice, 25 hours. My initial estimate for Solo Thief was 25 hours in this version, and then Astos happened. That took more time than anticipated. I've been pausing it. Yeah, we only do about 7 or 8 hours a day, Turk Dog. I wouldn't recommend trying to do like big endurance runs. There is not a lot of upside for RPGs on this. Skipping the ice mail. Does the buckler actually improve your evasion? No, it just gives you an animation. It turns things that were regular dodges into a separate animation for it. Same thing with Pro Cape. You'll have this waving a cape animation. Hey, mages. Yeah, those are gonna hurt. Mage is a 90% ambush rate on NES. GBA, it's really nice. They flip around all the ambush rates, so you'd have a 90% first strike rate instead. Kind of trivializes a lot of the really nasty encounters, which we will need to deal with. Warmech, who has a 75% ambush rate, on top of being only a 1 in 64 appearance. And getting some low rolls in these Zeus gauntlets. I mean, it wasn't in the 30s. You know what? Let's do another fight. I have never seen Lit 2 do that badly on a fur giant before. They don't have any resistance to it, it's just neutral. Just plain old neutral monster. Is hacking this game going to be common? I mean, once you get up to the disc-based era, it's a lot less fun to do. The types of hacks and translation projects that you had with the cartridge-based games. Like, there's just so much more content that you have to sort through and figure out how to deal with. It's not impossible. But when they no longer have these constraints on, you know, how much stuff can you cram into a game actually you don't need the money, it becomes a lot more to work with. On the flip side, there's advantages for translation efforts because, just like the developer, you're not constrained by size anymore. Almost there. Kind of rude. Those are not actually specters, by the way. They renamed all of the undead in a very confusing fashion. So, images are specters, I think. I am pretty sure how those translate out. Actually, let's get closer. We have an eye fight to do. Our pal has been waiting patiently here for 25 hours. Yeah, he's got that too. That's the thing that's going to chew through most of my potions, doing an eye grind, is those Lit 2s, which will be vastly improved once we get the ribbon. That's Stare. So he doesn't start with Brack anymore, he starts with the other side of his skill list, just like the spells. The Hold's kind of annoying. The Mute, I think we can deal with. XXX is fine. And down goes the eye. Check. Now the question is, are we doing an eye grind? And the answer, of course we are. $32.25 experience and gold for this. It is a really good spot for grinding. Got a trap tile. You do have this off tile step where occasionally you're going to get a fight. That's why you don't really want to grind on NES, but let's go and see how well we do. It's about 7 eyes for a level up right here. I think it's about 10 from the start of level. And eye looks goofy. Yeah, the eye is super squished. I think because they wanted the smoke effect to have more room around him. But as a result, it looks really weird for the perspective. Five eyes to go. This is level 30 that we're working on right now. Level 30 is going to have a guaranteed strong level up. But we need to force out the strength point. I'm going to give up the agility point here. We'll just deal with not having the 1 point on that. So the 4 eye encounter in this version, no, that was never in the games for a regular fight. There's a couple of weird formations that were in trap tiles that were never placed anywhere. And you might see some of those in the randomizer, like the zombie trap tiles like that. One day Dan will wake up. Maybe he won't. Maybe he won't. And this is why you memo save. Does Mute work the same for not using items in post? I actually don't know, Thalfin. Any of this is really weird, not being able to do the drink command, for example, when you're muted, but whether they kept that in the remakes is something I am not familiar with. Other than the Bolt 2, this is really good for leveling. And the Bolt 2 will get a lot better. Like, eventually we'll be able to one-shot him. Not even seeing any eye moves. I should never run away. Pretty sure he's got enough morale that he's going to stick around at level 50. So basically, our grind is going to get way more efficient when we come back for maxing our levels out. The Omega Bear, welcome back for 8 months. Hope you're having a wonderful day here and enjoying our Solo Thief adventures. Alright, first try, there's the strong level up. No strength, but we did get the agility point, which is not our top concern. It's a nice to have, but I'm willing to go without that. Turn number 2, 31. No strength point. Saw how much of a difference strength would have made on things like that Lich fight and on Astos. That's why we're getting all the strength points. Except for that one. We're not getting that one. Strength does have a little bit less value once you've got the power glove, but since it stacks on top, and because it's so noticeable for how much of a difference it makes for damage breaking monsters, I'm going to try to get all 50 strength points, or all 49 upgrades, Julie I'm letting slide a little bit, since we can, at the start of a fight, get a couple of defense swords up. Should make a very, very big difference for evasion. It won't be quite as good as what we had for evasion on NES, but good enough that most boss fights should go well. And no strike point. Allegedly 1 in 8. I would believe 1 in 10. Dan can't count past 3, so it's up in the air with him. $26, and there's our strength point. SVL on that level up. Now, if you want to get more levels, you're looking at about 10 eyes per level up, which is really good. I might get one more. Let's get level 31 here. This one's guaranteed sale, so we're just looking for the strong HP gain. Break us past the 750 mark when we have that. I think 2 level ups will be a pretty good ice cave trip here. There's one. Did they never get 4 hits? Level 39 is his 4th attack. That is the most you'll see outside of the Mazmune, which gets a 5th hit. Yeah, the way extra attacks work is that Thief gets 2 accuracy every level up. You need 32 accuracy, which is 16 levels worth, to get an extra attack. So whenever you get a bonus attack, 16 levels for the next attack, 32 for 2 more attacks, and so on. And since the level cap's 50, that is quickly going to be a limiting factor. .34 strength, that's correct, I believe. Start at 5. We should have 29 strength points from the level so far. We're level 30 currently. So we should end the game at 54 strength, assuming that we get all the points. And it's not quite as much as a fighter would have, but it's a decent amount. Certainly far more strength than any thief was ever intended to wield. Well played, Eye. Well played. Not gonna bother with doing the paralysis. He's got so many debilitating attacks that as soon as you start losing turns, the fight quickly gets out of hand. Go for 39. I don't have that many heal potions. I can realistically get like 1 more level after this at the most. Something like 30 healing potions per level up. Maybe 45. Once we got the ribbon, it'll go a little bit faster for that. And once you're one-shotting eyes, it'll really go way faster for heal potion usage. That's when things get super nice. Like then you're using maybe 2 heal potions per eye. So close. We could almost one-shot him. Just barely outside of Dan's range. Yeah, we can skip the encounters, but it's a little bit nice to be able to take 1 or 2. Just so that you're not resetting it as many times. Like if you get a really good walk down a hallway, and it's been 30 steps since you last saved, sometimes you'll take the fight just so you don't have to do it again. Alright, Luke, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams to you. When you get the 4th attack, 8.5 more levels. Well, 8 levels after this, which does not have an acceptable HP gain. We're looking for a big pile of HP. That's the only thing that I need to see. Strength, agility, even luck, all guaranteed. Say even luck. Luck's guaranteed every level for the thief, but it feels like such a treat just seeing it happen. As if you wouldn't be surprised if the thief missed out on guaranteed strength or other point gains. Alright, that's 0 for 2. Can you walk in the floater square in this? Yeah, it's a normal tile. Basically, instead of a treasure chest, it's an item that you pick up. The adamant's the same thing. It's just kind of a rock that's sitting there, and it turns into a normal space afterwards. You can see why we're grinding this. Yeah, the eye is a really good fight. This is going to be way better to grind with than what we had available in the NES version. I would so love to be able to do eye grinds, or even Agama grinds. Eyes and Agama in a third, and a little bit easier to kill. But the problem with those versions is that you can't take level ups unless you're just not caring about your point gains. Whereas here, if I don't get 29 HP, I just reset and try again. There's our 29 sale, and we have our level ups. Level 31 is done. Got something like 9 levels to go for 999 HP. We gave him a couple more strong level ups. So we've pushed our estimated time to 999 to probably level 40 instead of level 35. Still, that we'll easily have that in time for the end of the game. There might be 1 or 2 more levels that we skip like that. Just simplifying the process of getting our level ups done. Is level 50 the maximum in this version? Yes. 50 on normal difficulty. On easy difficulty, you can get to 99 for your level up, which means you're gonna completely blow these stats away. Easy difficulty doubles your level cap and also doubles your experience gain rate. So you get the levels in about the same amount of time. than one eye's worth of experience. It's about an Agma's worth though, so it's still like a decent fight. But so many undead to plow through. Kind of a lot of race to get that much XP. Almost a good walking stretch. Be really nice once we have the maid staff and other specialized items. Means we'll have a lot better chance of one-shotting these hallway monsters. Is this the Gauntlet in this version? Yes, this is the Gauntlet. Clearly Zeus was too much of a religious reference to keep in this version of the game. There we go, Ice Cave. Complete for now. We might be back there though. That is likely our best grind spot overall in the entire game. Even better than doing the Sea Shrine monsters, could get the battle so quickly. Biggest downside is how long can you stay there? Right now we're looking at, 40 or 45 healing potions per level up. So you can go in there and get 2, maybe 2.5 levels. Efficiency-wise, that's still pretty good compared to what we had before, but it's costing you a lot of time traveling in and out. And then as we get a few more safeties. The Ribbon, cutting down the Lit 2 damage. More strength, cutting down the number of rounds the eye has. That heal potion count goes down. In fact, it goes down really rapidly. And so I imagine by the time that we're in the high 30s, we'll be able to do easily like 5 or 6 levels per trip, which is going to be phenomenal. This is also going to be the point where we get our airship. The point where I go get some more water. So let me go ahead, get into the cutscene. I will quickly dash off to get some things refilled, and we will do exploration after this. See you in a minute. Alright, I have got my water and I've got Westlake Math coming back for 44 months. Westlake Math, welcome back. Hope you're having a great day here. And enjoy our solo thief playthroughs. How long for solo black belt in this version? Solo black belt was what, like 9 hours on NES? Does benefit a little bit from the power glove, but most of the black belt time is like pre-Bicky. Like, just super early game to get the damage output to kill the pirates. So I don't know how much faster black belt really gets. That water is refreshing. Black Belt, I want to say, had third worst Bicky time. I forget if... No, Thief definitely beat their Black Belt time. Yeah, I think White Mage had the worst Bicky time, but then a really good Astos time, obviously, afterwards. That's where the White Mage really shines, even though they don't have offensive spells for a long time. They can harm undead, which is a neat thing. We got the land airship here. Cannot land on top of the caravan like you can on the NES version. Very acquired. Could the HP changes help the black belt? I think they get mostly strong level ups early on. But it's a good kind of thought about it. Like, every extra strong level up getting you another 20 or so hit points. That's a decent amount of safety on those pirate fights. Did the White Mage ruse past the pirates? It's a good point for it. I remember the White Mage being really slow for something at the beginning. I thought it was pirates, but that might have been a different spot for it. There we go, Pro Ring acquired. Take that over our leather gloves. Cap the last thing that we'll be replacing in a very short period of time. We'll get the ribbon out of the waterfall. It'll take me a little bit longer to get the Pro Cape out of the Sky Castle. Actually, maybe not. Blue D is less of a threat in this one. Can survive many more thunders. Hey, Epix Corvette, thank you much for the raid there. Hope you're having a great night. We have just finished up the ice cave. Gotten our airship. And that means that we have some travel options available to us. There's a lot of places our thief can go right now. But of those places, I'm going to start with the Waterfall and Sea Shrine here. I think that's a good spot. No. Guess we'll land on this spot again. I remember the different versions have slightly different places you're supposed to land the airship on for the shortest walk to Onrak. I know that spot at least one of the versions is the top pick. If I have any interest in doing other solo class runs in this version of the game, I mean, if people really enjoy this for watching the PlayStation solo runs, we can definitely bring it back in the future. The interesting ones to talk about would be like White Mage and Black Mage. Those are the ones that definitely needed a lot of help on the NES one. And with the Power Glove, they might be in a lot better shape. Red Mage is a similar one, but Red Mage is good enough that I think they would be falling into the much faster territory already. Let's see what else do we have around here. That's right, this is the Wiz Ogre Cerebus formation. Mildly warm. Yeah, the mages would have 999 hit points. They'd have so much more physical offense, it would be ridiculous. Every Power Glove is what, like 24 points of strength or something? It's enormous. I'm gonna say not really that great of a grind spot. There's a couple of good fights out here, but if you stray too far to the west, you start getting things like Ankylos and other not quite as good monsters. And by the way, having seen the worst in the world at Belmont, feast your eyes upon the lavish and high-quality stylings of the Onrak Inn. So tasteful. I figured, since we're here, let's go ahead and do the mermaid section. Get to see the barrel cutscene and the spooky ghost mermaid. Down we go. Coralsor time. No, this is Zeus Gauntlet time. We are gonna Zeus until we can Zeus no more. And we might Zeus a couple more times after that, just for good measure. Big pickups here, of course, the slab, and we get the opal bracelet, which very quickly is going to obsolete our gold bracelet that we found back in Ordeals. That gold bracelet, mainly on NES version, just giving you so much more safety for the ice cave adventure. Having that for, you know, big wizard fights and other undead encounters makes it a lot easier to get through there. And on NES, even with the gold bracelet, it was no walk in the park. Think gonna bust some ghosts? Probably not. Probably no ghost busting here. 2.1 Agos worth of experience. So we're looking for the Zeus Gauntlet to proc a little bit harder than this. There we go. Finally getting some high rolls on it. Oh, Dan got paralyzed. Good effort, Dan. Good effort. And yet, not good enough. Hey, TFW forgot password. Tonight we have done Lich, Ordeals in the Ice Cave. Lich was unexpectedly hard. The 800 HP difference was really noticeable. We could easily get 400 damage on him, but 800 was a lot tougher than I thought it would be. Ordeals in Ice Cave were very straightforward, though. Neither of those places had any real resistance. In other words, C-Sharp, we're going to start picking up some of our gear. If I can get down this hallway. We'll start with the Mage Staff. Because the Mage Staff will really help on some of the undead fights. There we go, Mage Staff acquired. That will get its place of honor next to our gauntlets here. Start building up a little bit of a buffer for the additional items. We got Black Shirt coming. Got the Defense Sword. That might basically be it in terms of things that we really care about. Thor Hammer is redundant with the Zeus Gauntlets. We don't need to have both of them. On NES, you swap to the Thor Hammer just so that you have less inventory pressure. It's tough dealing with the armor situation in NES because you just have no room to have additional items. But here, because it's a shared inventory system with the equipment, there is zero concerns at all about capacity. Nice. Up to the mermaids. There he is. Our opal bracelet. Extra 10 defense on top of that gold. Pushes you from 24 to 34 defense. And then sadly, all the other opal stuff here is only usable by fighters. So we will grab our slab and go home. And by home, I mean we're gonna go to Melmond to get it translated. It'll be a sad day. A sad day indeed. But at least that, finally, once and for all, the scourge of Melmond will be behind us. Sea snack, not as delicious as I remember. But actually really good experience in large quantities. The sea troll, that is, just like bizarrely undervalued for their XP. They're barely more than a regular troll. Gonna pass on those water elementals. Till we've got ice, we have no effective way of dealing with them. Very, very slowly could kill him with the lip too, but it would take a lot of rounds. That is just about the sea shrine for you. I was almost in the barrel. Alright, that's it. I'm taking these snacks on the road. Amazing thing is we still have 6 more defense to improve. Like, we are fairly well off once you got all the gear. It's not as good as a fighter. But this is going to be the exact same equipment that a red mage, a white mage, a black mage is going to have. It's going to be better than a black belt's defense. Because the black belt can't use any type of shield item, including the buckler or pro cape. For now, Sea Shrine is damply behind us. Good adventure. All right. The town of Onlak has not seen the last of Dan, but at least for a little while. We will give them some space. I have no idea why Provoca and Onlak got their names mangled. They changed Provoca to have a C in it, and Onlak, I just don't know anymore. I don't know where that came from. It lacks a lot of things. Not just the ons. Nice. See you later. Yeah, Lufenia and Corneria also get their names changed, but it's not as significant. Like, these just look really weird for the names. Mummy fight here is about as good as an eye. You get both Wiz Mummies, then you're looking at about an Agama and a quarter, which is just a little bit less than an eye's worth of experience. The sad thing, though, is at the end of the waterfall, I think this is a version that does flip around the spawn tables. So instead of getting a whole bunch of Wiz Mummies, you just get a whole bunch of birds all the time. And nobody likes that. Going for a fine horse massage there. Just a thing to do for a sore shoulder. So far, no 1 in 64 Ghastly showing up. Actually have to deal with Ghastly and Temple of Fiends. That'll be a new experience for us. It's really nice NES being able to manipulate out all of the bad encounters. But if you want to talk about friendly trips, Memo Save is never going to be beaten by manipulation over a length that long. For very short stretches, manipulation can sometimes win. Now, the saddest thing at all, no out-of-bounds bat in this version. Truly, truly a tragedy. Yep, that is also a tragedy. That's a lot of birds. NES will place the Whiz Mummies first, and then it'll put Mummies in, then Cockatrices, then Paralisks, until you got a maximum of 9 monsters and the formation's full. When they place it in reverse, because there's so many birds sitting there, you will just never get Mummies, or you'll get very few of them. And it turns into an encounter that would otherwise be wonderful for experience into, well, that. Turns it into that. Uh-oh, Dan's broken the robot. Run away! Here's our defense sword. We got our ribbon. Last upgrade there for armor. In fact, last upgrade period other than Sky Castle for a really long time. Let's see, that's gonna go in the trash. Defense sword probably doesn't get as much use as the gauntlets and mage staff for right now. Eventually that'll be our #1 item. And 7,700 experience to go, so we're actually really close to the level up here. So we'll try to avoid getting right now. Ooh, actually, when you give me good mummies like that, maybe we'll take it. Hey, Waffle Donkey, welcome back for 20 months. Hope you're having a great day today. Enjoying the Final Fantasy. Our encounter-free tiles at the bottom of the room still thing? No. Safe squares no longer exist. The one exception is you still have safe scores on the docks. Pretty much all the other ones are gone, though. Haste will not save you now, Mud Golem. As long as there's only one of you. If there's 2 monsters, run away. Just run away. Let's see, what else can we pick up? In terms of items, what we have left is the black shirt and the pro cape to get here. Both of those require getting past the blue D in Mirage before we can get up to them. So I know in NES we did do a bunch of leveling before we went to that place. I think we want to be like level 40 or so. Were thieves supposed to be good at running? Good's such a relative term. Like, for example, in comparison to a black belt with 3 broken legs, this is marginally better. Not a lot better, but marginally. Okay, Waterfall, you are done. Actually, thinking about my splits here. Got an interesting thing. I really want to do Kraken before Carry, I guess. I wasn't thinking about this when I put together the split list. Is just those same ones as the other versions of the game for the bosses here. But what I'm thinking about is that you really want that power glove, even for the carry fight. It's gonna be super slow without that. And if you're getting the power glove, you might as well kill Kraken, because he's right around the corner. So I got some ideas. Idea number 1. Do an eye grind. We're gonna get enough eyes that we should have the levels that we are looking for a little while. Then we're gonna beat Kraken. Then we're gonna beat Carry, and then we are going to conquer the world. Interesting does have a really good overall theme. Like, all the music in this version of the game is just so well done. It's not super heavily processed or like trying to like go in a completely new direction. It's taking the basic themes of what NES Final Fantasy had, but you can really hear the higher quality of what the PlayStation was capable of. And that's just such a nice thing for like the overall experience of the game. Definitely a little bit better than the muddy GBA sound, which totally not the fault of the composers or anything. That's just the GBA's got little itty bitty tiny speaker, can only do so much. That, the Ice Cave, is our home once more. Remember those fun times we had with the wizards back in the Marsh Cave? Now it's our turn. Zeresh TTG, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 6 months there. Hope you enjoy your shiny new orb, and hope you're enjoying our solo thief adventures here. This way, other than the crippling run failures. can mostly make it through this dungeon without too much worry. A lot lower chance of things going spectacularly wrong thanks to the ribbon. Taking a lot less damage thanks to the opal bracelet as well. And there's still some really slow encounters, like a lot of the trap tile encounters are going to be a big pain because of the sheer number of enemies. These things still are awful. As you can see, wizards or sorcerers run at a pretty low level. And so by the time they're up in like the high 40s or even maxed out at level 50, surprisingly worthwhile to take wizard or sorcerer gambles. That's something that we did in a couple of the NES solo playthroughs is if you don't have the warp spell, you just can't get across Tiamat's floor fast enough to get the Asmune. Unless you were either willing to take sorcerers or to take a lot of encounters, like a whole bunch. And it ended up being good for sorcerers. Alright, let me see what the level up is. Well, we didn't get the strong level up. We do have the strength, agility, and luck points, I believe, in hand. Well, I'm going to say we're going to take that 32. Our strength is still good. We got the agility point, which is nice. Does slightly postpone our triumphant 999 HP. But we're getting there. We will get there eventually. Hey, don't slip. Dan has dealt with Astos. They have come to an agreement. Am I missing a strength? I don't think so. The thing you have to remember is you start at level 1. So at level 32, you've only gotten 31 level ups. And you start with 5. So yeah, it works out. 36 is correct. Starting at level 1 always throws me for the calculations as well. Like, I always think about it, oh, you got 50 levels, but really you got 49 level ups. 35 agility. We've got the very unusual situation where the thief has more strength than agility. Something that you don't often see. Guaranteed Astos win, well, now it would be. I mean, we got the ribbon. We've got tremendously more damage. We'd have zero problems killing Astos at this point. In fact, with the ribbon, we could probably kill Lich very consistently as well. That becomes a lot less of a threat when, you know, slow 1 doesn't work. That's a status element based spell. I think slow 2 still would work. But if you got Mage Staff, you can do so much more damage on Lich. I think sleep is the same. Like, the plain sleep, I want to say, is status element based. Sleep 2 might not be. They did a weird thing where the upgraded ones are single target rather than multi-target, which is different than most other spells. They have vastly higher magic accuracy, so they're tougher to resist. And a lot of them don't have an element. So things like your elemental resistances suddenly become a non-factor. Let's see how we do on our Pal the Eye here. Remember, it's roughly 10 eyes per level up. Looks like we're still in the range of doing 2 shots. We'll be taking a lot less from this Lit 2. And that's looking pretty good. how much do we need for this one? About 7 eyes. So at some point, you get confident enough that you can take multiple eyes per save, which I'll probably do like 3 or 4 at a time. We want to be close enough that we don't accidentally take a level up after getting a whole bunch. Stare does the same. That's non-elemental. 2. 3. 4. One of those good times with imps. 6 experience each. Now we're getting the experience 1,000 times faster. Dan needs 2 more eyes for level up, so we're gonna get this one here, take a save, and then level 33 guarantees everything first try. So I guess no save required. SAVL and the strong level. The only thing you don't get is intelligence. It's so good. It's like the perfect level up. Go. Strong level up, strength, agility, vitality, luck. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Alright, from here it is, about 10 eyes per level. Can just barely squeeze in 10, it looks like, without going over. And for 34, sail is guaranteed, so we need the strong level up to proc. We don't need the vitality point. So this will be a roughly 1 in 5 level. Let's do it. Like, even without being able to one-shot the eye, we're still gonna get, like, probably 4 level ups per trip. Definitely gonna make a huge difference for leveling time. Really, the question now is, when do we go and get the stuff out of Mirage? Ballooney's big threats. Takes a while to kill him, so might be helpful to have Power Glove for that. Just swinging away with the Rune Sword as is likely not going to be as fast as if we can Power Glove up twice. Not totally certain on that, but we'll find out the answer pretty fast. Which means we might want to get the Kraken trip done first. Is there anything upstairs that we benefit from on the Kraken trip? It's nice to have the black shirt, but not required. Nice to have the Pro Cape, but not required. so we're likely okay doing that. Yeah, that sounds good. We might do Kraken, then first Trip into Sky, just to get the items. Then do Carry. Ooh, nice. First one shot on an eye there. Dan's been working out. We were very close to one-shotting on an eye the very first time we came here. Like, we did like a 161, I think. Just it's a couple points off. So every little bit of strength helps. And then, of course, he does so little damage that takes him 3 rounds. Is that 161 again? Just dialing in on our last couple eyes here before we start rolling the dice. This one I think is going to be a fast one. 35 is going to be the only one that'll pretty big stretch where we actually need to force a strength point out. I mean, one-shotting eyes is really good because it just vastly improves our efficiency. You know, if half the time eye doesn't even get a single attack in, then we can stretch our potions so much farther than if we have to use, 3 or 4 heal potions per eye. There goes our level up try, and we did not get the strong level up try again. Definitely Omni Flare, like, because we can grind the eye, a level up takes like less than 10 minutes. It is so vastly different compared to those like 1 hour level ups that we had at Marsh Cave. I think our worst was like near the end of Astos. It was like 1 hour 20 for one of them. This one, second try. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, luck, we got it all. We got it all there. And that's level 34 done. 35 we need a strength point, so this one's a little bit harder to do than the HP gains. But still not bad. You never have to get more than one thing at a time. The low-ups are really, a couple tries at it, not the grueling efforts that NES had. The bind no longer works. It's basically a free round for us. And there's 2 eyes down. I said 10 minutes per level, but it's probably faster. Level ups will never get longer at this point. We have hit the point in the game where basically a flat level curve. Everything from this point on is the same amount of XP, around 32,000 or so. So as a result, we just get faster and faster doing these. Eventually not even having to care about our HP gains at all, just going for strength and agility points at that point. If you want some 30 HP thieves, we got plenty of them sitting here. You even have your pick of which one you want. And yeah, this is definitely a spot where we are picking up a lot of time over NES. Okay, we can take 2 more eyes, and then the third one's gonna be where the level up starts. There's one. You'd think it'd be something like that, Elo Sackle, but actually it's just weird. It's not quite flat. It bounces up and down by like a couple hundred experience points for no reason that we can make sense of. And there's not like a stores format for it, it's just the actual full totals for the level ups. So all the theories you might have about, why a level up would be like it is, nope, none of them make sense. Alright, first try. No points. Now, we're going to consider it a bonus if we get the strong HP gain. We are just trying to get the strength point right now. Because strong HP will get easily enough very soon. We're looking at most 7 more level ups to get 999. And no strength point. No strength point. Slightly harder to get your stats than it is to get the HP. This is kind of weird. You'd think that the HP, because it's such a noticeable thing of high value, would be the rare gift. I guess a strong HP and no strength point. But for whatever reason, they decided to give you much more HP and then nerf your combat stats a little bit in this version of the game. What stat numbers should the thief have? Well, we'll have 999 HP. We will have 54 strength. Those are the 2 numbers that we really care about. We'll probably have about 50 agility, which is okay but not great. We could have pushed agility a lot harder, and it does make a couple % difference in your evasion rate, but since we can retry fights so easily, it's less of importance. Tozen's vitality are going to be whatever they are, like we're not even keeping track of them. And luck will be maximum, because that one is a guaranteed stat point every level up. Still no strength. So around here somewhere. I mean, one of the really nice things about the randomness here is that I don't have to worry about accidentally getting the same level ups repeatedly. On NES, it is based on the frame that the last action input takes place for what you're going to get. There's only 256 possible values the RNG state can be in. And of those, not all of them result in the monster dying. So you might only have, 128 or 64, some limited amount of final moves that can end a battle. And once you start really constraining the number of possible ways that the battle can end, it also means that you're going to see extraordinarily unusual distributions for the stat gains. Whereas it's here, it's like, alright, yeah, it might be like worse odds, but I can just repeatedly mash through it until I get what I want. So in this case, is a strength point. Strength, agility, and luck obtained. That is level 35 done. Let's get back to the eye grind. Side benefit of doing eyes instead of Sea Shrine monsters, we will have a lot more money left over to spend on steel armors. I think we're getting a steel armor every level and a half that we do this. When do we do carry? Whenever we feel like it. Realistically, we could go grab the Power Glove and do carry right now. There is nothing holding us back from the carry fight. But every time we go to the ice cave, we want to be very efficient and use up pretty much all of our heal potions. So I'm going to keep going until this trip is done. And that's probably when we start grabbing all the stuff. 10 fairies. Let's not get completely unrealistic. Maybe 8 fairies. But you gotta save some money for those steel armors. Okay, 36 coming up here. This is needing the strong HP gain, but guaranteed strength and agility. Another 4 eyes to go. Three. Two. One eye left. I forget if it's one eye for the level up or one eye before the level up. So we will take a safety save just in case the level is here. I think it's the one after this one. Yep. So now we are going to be rolling for our strong HP gain. And this one's the slightly easier random upgrade to get. And Dan does not get it. Better luck next time, Dan. Go for 2. Go for 3. Really low on that swing. So, concerningly every once in a while, Dan still has these extremely bad melee rounds. I think it'll average itself out after a while. Do a couple of attempts at a boss fight, you don't have to worry about him too much. Go for 4. Probably other than Chaos, we don't have any long boss fights left. The Power Glove is going to make things so completely different. That Lich is like the last gatekeeper of the game for a long time. Over 5. Nice gaze, steely, but fair. Over 6. I don't know if 7's still our record for the most attempts needed for a strong HP gain. I'm sure at some point or another it's been longer than that for the interval. Did some early testing to try and figure out what the odds were. I was guessing 1 in 5. Might be 1 in 4, which would be extremely nice for it. But not that one. Not that one. 0 for 8. Could be a new record for Dan Futility. And those are hard to come by. For 9. Alright, Dan, now we're gonna get serious. This one's gonna be it. There it is. 10th try is the charm. 31 hit points. Strength, agility, vitality, and luck. Level 36 is done. Sprinkle on a couple more potions for Dan's crippling potion addiction. And get back at there. Level 37. This one's going to be first try. We have a guaranteed sale with the HP being strong. And we don't need to worry about the vitality point without it procs. What I'm curious about is, have we finally caught up to NES in terms of time? I know that once we were able to beat Astos on NES, which was significantly fewer levels than PlayStation here had, we moved pretty quickly through this stretch of the game. But at some point, because we're just leveling up so fast here, I believe we're gonna pass it in this bit and probably pull ahead. Now I think I did like blocks of 10 levels. So we did like 10 levels, we killed Carrie, 10 levels killed Kraken, 10 levels killed Tiamat. Something like that for the pattern for it. So we'll probably be a higher level now pre-Carrie. But purely in terms of level games, I'm wondering if by 26 and a half hours we had hit the same levels we got here. We'll see if Twitch recovers. I think some of you had a disconnect there, but as far as I can tell, things were mostly uninterrupted. Still nothing on that side. Nothing over there. Hey, Convo Breaker, welcome in. 10 more level ups while you were gone, yes. We are now level 49 and a half. We are almost done. And there is our level up sailing through. That is level 37 that we just got. And looks like we can take 9 eyes before this next one. 39 is going to be, or 38 is going to be another one of the tough ones. I'm just going to go for the strength point. I'm not going to care about the strong level up at this point. 39, 40, we have to get the strong level ups. So I'm kind of looking for where we're going to hit 999 here. It's actually not that far away. I think we can now be pretty specific that 99 will be level 41. Links to the soul challenges should be in the collection section of the videos. There's a collection just for the Final Fantasy NES challenges, I believe is where they are. Oh, Dan does not have an anonymous potion addiction. He has a very publicized one. Dan drinks more potions in one afternoon than most people drink in their lives. Tongue, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 13 months there. Great to have you here tonight, and I hope you're having a wonderful time watching our Solo Thief Challenge. Alright, how close are we? Getting close. Need 2 more eyes and then 1 more for luck. There's 1 down. Two down, and this one should be the level up. Strong HP gain, strength, agility, intelligence, and luck. That was a really good level 38. The strength point was not forced, the strong gain was not forced, and the intelligence point, sadly, was not forced. I am definitely taking that. So now we're doing level 40 for the, oh no, it's still level 41 for the max HP. Not quite enough to put it to 1 level sooner. $39 here we need to get the strong level up. Same with 40. Both of them have guaranteed strength and agility points. And at level 40, I would say, having hit a newfound 999 HP mark, and also being thoroughly out of potions, man, we should go kill a fiend. Head levels now. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This is going so much faster. We're doing more levels in like an hour than we did in a day on the NES. And if we have 12 more that we are saving, that's probably a good couple of hours that NES had to re-roll the stat points, was going way slower for getting the level ups. And as always, the big difference maker. Can we actually kill a war mech on the PlayStation version? That's where it's going to get really dicey. Warmech is just a big mystery factor for us. Whether we can kill him effectively, whether we can find him. Yeah, I made it that whole Astos time just in this stretch. It's amazing to think about how much more difficult Astos was. Because if you can't kill him at a certain level, it is incredibly painful to get more levels at that point in the game. Like, you're hitting a really hard brick wall. So I was very glad that we didn't have to get, you know, the third attack per round. Which sounds nice. It's like, oh, you just get like a couple more levels and you have another hit on Astos, but those couple levels are the worst. What level are we? We're about to hit level 39. Alright, let's see how many eyes away we are. 2 eyes to go. Yeah, pretty much all the enemies run away. It's also a lot of XP per level up. But the running is the big factor. You know, these ranges, it'd be 160 ogres per level up, which sounds like a lot, but you can kind of pound through those, except once they start running, you're getting so few that it becomes extremely tough. All right, let's see if we got the strong HP gain here. And it is not strong HP. Try again. Here's our setup eye. This time I'm going to save before the real one. We will max out our HP in like 3 levels. So we will not have 999 for the Kraken or carry fights, but we will have... Well, we might have it by the time we do the second one of the Fiends. Like, it's that close to it. We're 0 for 3 on this try at it. Yeah, strong HP gains are a bonus of 20 to 25 HP. It's a random amount for the bonus. But even if you get the minimum, which is a bonus 20, you don't need a lot of extra strong level ups to max out your total. There's 32, and Strength, Agility, Vitality, and Luck. Level 39's done. So that's our potion stash, but we will survive for one more time around. That is indeed also 4 attacks. Well, now we can one-shot the eye. Maybe not 100% consistently, but certainly a lot more often than before. And yeah, compared to Vitality gains, Vitality at the very beginning of the game is worth about 12 points of HP per point of Vitality, which is pretty darn good. That's still only half of a strong level up. And vitality, as your levels increase, gets less and less valuable. So by the time that you're level 25, it's down to 6 points. Now, level 50 is worth nothing. Spell damage resistance, that's because we got the ribbon. We actually don't care about the, well, we still care about the resistance a little bit. Things that are non-elemental are going to use our magic resistance value instead of the ribbon. But for things like Lit 2, guarantee it resists. So they're a lot more convenient. An interesting thing will be like, how does that kind of impact things like the status element ones? The NES has always had that 3 in 256 chance that it sneaks through regardless. I don't know if that's true in the other versions. Like, I feel that because of things like you could Bane Sword Chaos, they actually took it to, if you're resistant to something, you are guaranteed immune. Tipo01, welcome back. 48 months. I hope you're enjoying. Your shiny new orb, which is actually the same orb as the one that you had before. But it's new in spirit. Welcome in, Tipo, and hope you're having a great day. For those that missed the discussion at the start, there is a new 3.5-year orb. And the bat moved out to 4 years even for it, which is its final resting place. The bat is not moving at all. 48 months is it for that one, and we'll have a new design for 5 years. Almost done with Octopath Traveler. Well, how many paths have you traveled? Is it at least a hexapath? Alright, here we go. Same thing as last level, we need the strong HP gain, didn't get it there. Well, the thing with the Bad Orb Crunchberry is that when I drew it, since nobody had 4 years, I didn't want to let it just go to waste. And so I basically put it as the longest tenure that people actually had was the Bad Orb. But it was always intended to be the 4-year one. And as more people have reached that threshold, or now people are up to like 49 months, I can finally move it out there to be where it was supposed to be the whole time. Do we need the strong HP gains? We don't need them, Fractal. It's just slightly faster to get them down, not have to worry about it later. It's basically taking me like 3 minutes to get the gain. And if I don't do this, I have to wait like a couple levels. Here we go, 27, I'll take it. Strength, agility, intelligence, and luck sailing through. Level 40. And that is where we're gonna wrap this ice cave trip up. So we've done, what, 15 levels today? It has been a lot. Killed Lich, finished ordeals, did the ice cave, grabbed a couple of our items. And I'd say we still have a little bit of time that we can do some other stuff as well. "10 minutes from level 38. It's just gonna be so much faster, these level ups. Everyone is gonna be even more significant. Until at some point, I think around like level 43 or 4, That's where we decided that the vitality points were not critical anymore, and we could start skipping them. I think, like 45 or 46, we hit the agility target. And so, I don't remember if I got all the agility points after that, or just that it's good enough with being able to use the defense sword twice. We're doing 40-50. We'll do more eyes, but I would like to get a fiend done here. And while I know my splits say that we're going to do carry next, I'm thinking about an octopus. Like level 40 carry should be no problem. Got a ribbon, we got a defense sword, we got plenty of damage. You know what, let's just stick with the splits. We'll do carry. No need to get carried away prematurely. And so, over to Gurgur Volcano and Fiend number 2. Can I go up the volcano? There you go. Alright, Hot Toddies, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams to you. Slightly more encounters in the volcano because we have just such a high encounter rate in this game that even the volcano lava tiles can only do so much. Power Glove not needed. Nope. It's a nice to have that makes the fight a little bit faster, but we're talking about less than a 30-second time savings, I would guess. So doing really awkward fiend orders is not worth it. Unlike the refights, these are not super tough. There we go. We are just about to carry. He thinks Ruse will save him. Well, it will temporarily. Just for a little bit, though. Your victory is short-lived, Wizogre. 26,000, so we're not going to get the level up here. That's fine. We don't want the level up to happen on a Fiend battle. And let's go. Fiend number 2. Who disturbs your slumber? Dan disturbs your slumber. Let's that defense sword go. 2 uses basically keeps us mostly treble free. It's not going to be as good as NES, where 2 uses is guaranteeing, other than criticals, that we dodge everything. But we'll dodge a lot of stuff here. And start wailing away. 1,200 hit points. Double the NES version, but it will not save carry. Ryu Quetzalcoatl. Welcome in. And welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had a wonderful night. And hope you're ready for a Solo Thief challenge. We are playing the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy, and it is time for our second of the 4 Fiends. Oh yeah, all 4 of the Fiends have really great art. They did such a great job doing the conversions from NES to PlayStation. And these are basically the same graphics as the Wonder Swan, the GBA version. It wasn't until PSP that they did another big overhaul in the art design. There we go. Carrie, our second Fiend, has fallen. Why is Dan not sleeping? He has slept enough today, thank you. Dan has a lot of nap times, and now is the time for action. Hey, Pensive, thank you very much for 16 months. Hope you're having a great day today and enjoying our Solo Thief adventure. That was so much easier than Lich. Lich was definitely a lot tougher than I expected. We got him in what, like 20 minutes of tries? The rest of the Fiends, though, should all be first try. This is a remake of Final Fantasy 1 or 2 or 3. This is the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy 1. This particular version is called the Origins Collection. So it has Final Fantasy 1 and 2 on it. They also did remakes of 4, 5, 6, and Chrono Trigger. And they all look and sound really good. But the one kind of not so nice downside is that the PlayStation, being a CD-based console, has load times. And you don't really notice it that much for 1 and 2, but the Super Nintendo ones and Chrono Trigger, the load times are kind of annoying. Other than that, though, it's a great port of this game. Trying to play your Final Fantasy V PS1. It's acceptable. I think 6 and Chrono Trigger are the worst. 4 and 5 are not that bad, and then 1 or 2 are both decent for load times. There's a reason, though, a lot of people do Final Fantasy V on the GBA version, so that they don't have to deal with the load times for it and still get an English official release. Alright, go ahead. Park our airship. And let's go make some waves. I might end up getting a level up on the way down to Kraken, in which case we'll have to roll for the strength point here at 41. Other than that, I don't see much of a problem doing this. The 4 mages was hard. Yeah, 4 white mages I've done in 10 hours. It is certainly challenging unless you have like a lot of experience with the game, but once you kind of understand the encounter system and the mechanics for it, 4 white mages is not bad. Solo is so much harder though, because there's a couple of early gatekeeper bosses that kind of expect you to lose characters. Astos with instant death, Lich with all kinds of paralysis and sleep attacks, but for a pretty big stretch there's a lot of sleep and paralysis going on. And on a solo character, those are devastating. Is this glitch? Nope, no glitches. There's really no glitches in Final Fantasy 1 other than the PlayStation Portable version, which has a really massive game-breaking glitch. All the other ones tend to be fairly solidly constructed, which is kind of a surprise for the era that it came out in. Alright, down we go. We've done the mermaid section already to get the items here. So we need to get the power glove downstairs. Don't really care about the second ribbon or other things, but the power glove, that is a big prize. Also might grab some delicious sea snacks while we're here. Did 4 white mages on original NES. I mean, that's a really good challenge. That is something that is pretty tough to pull off. Your last dungeon where the Zeus gauntlets get a lot of action. Doesn't matter what element you use. Black shirt's a little bit better. And we'll be picking that up once we go into Sky Castle. At least for our first trip. I'm imagining that we do Sky Castle in a couple pieces. Grab Black Shirt and Pro Cape first. We're still have to see if we hunt Warmech. That is, as of right now, still a big unknown. And likely we will return to the Ice Cave one more time to grind from level 40 to level 50. See you later, Naga. Dana's already a pretty princess. There is no way to improve him any further. And just the weird thing with the solo character is that so many things that are very important or vital to have in a multiplayer or multi-character run become way less interesting. Like, you only need one ribbon. Once you have the Opal Bracelet, that's it for body armor. And the Thief is already so limited in what they can use. Like, there are no weapons in between the Rune Sword and the Mazmune that the Thief can equip. Just literally nothing. So as soon as you beat Astos, you've got your second to last sword in the entire game. Found Solo Red Mage easier than Solo Fighter. Interesting. I think Solo Fighter for me was the fastest by far. Like, we did Solo Fighter in something like 6 hours. Which is really not that much longer than a pretty quickly moving 4-character party. The marathon safe route 4 characters is, 3.5 hours. Excuse me, Shark. And Regai 3745. Thank you very much for the raid there. Hope you had a great night and are enjoying some Final Fantasy, where we're doing a solo thief challenge. There we go, almost down to our power glove here. It always throws me a little bit because the floor design looks so different in the remakes compared to NES. We'll basically do southwest corner for Power Glove. Head up along the side of the room. We don't need the ribbon in the center. And that will be it for our Sea Shrine adventure. Well, assuming these Sahags get out of the way, one of the few really annoying unreadables. They're worth almost nothing for XP, So they're mostly a big speed bump. Just take, as you can see, a lot of actions before you get to take your turn. Yeah, Lit 2, once you get to Ordeals, is such a complete change of, like, how battles play out. It's the first of the AoE items that you get. And while it doesn't take that long to get the Mage Staff afterwards, it is a couple more dungeons that you have this compared to that one. Okay, making sure that we're not going to level up off of that. I'm going to have to take a level before Kraken. Let's see. Yeah, 8,000 experience that I can play with. Doesn't give me a lot of room to work with. Okay, move those down. We got Power Glove and Defense Sword, which at least for right now are probably less used than the Thor and the or the Zeus and the Mage Staff. Look at those Lit 2s go. Critical thing is that there's enough decent gear in the game that the Thief is actually kind of just cruising right through this Sea Shrine. Our first time even using potions, we're halfway through our health. Like, you could incredibly make it to Kraken without a heal. Yeah, more heal potions. Even more. This is one of the slower versions for heal potions. And yes, you can't mash them, but you don't have to wait for that little jingle to take place. And then starting on GBA, you can actually just mash heals. So there's like no delay at all if you want to put 30 heals on somebody. Assuming your fingers can go quickly, it is really fast. Alright, down we go. 4,000 XP. I'll look for probably like a troll fight or something. Sea troll, sea snack, and a lobster. This might be okay. Just need to not get paralyzed by the big eye. We did Solo Thief on the NES a couple of months ago. I did all 6 of the character classes solo on NES with no class change, and Thief was the last of the 6. And now that we've done that, we are free from ever having to do with it again. But I figured why not do Solo Thief on PlayStation. Let's see, we're looking for the strength point. Didn't get it, try again. Hey Frosty Shark, this is the PS1 version, that's correct. The Origins collection for Final Fantasy. Yep, we did solo White Mage, solo Black Mage. It's certainly an adventure. White Mage, Black Mage, and Thief are all really bad, but in different ways. Like, White Mage and Black Mage start off the game, once they get past Biggie, like, they're not too bad. You've got AoE spells very quickly. You can grow into, like, Peninsula Power or other very high-level areas. So you get the strength point. Nope, try again. And compared to the Thief, like, they kind of cruise through Astos and the whole airship section. But White and Black Mages have very little damage output. when it comes to bosses. Like, even worse than thieves for melee. So being able to beat the 4 Fiends and Chaos going through Temple of Fiends, that's where both of those really slow down. What level this? This is level 41. We took enough of the strong HP gain level ups to easily meet our 999 max. Well, we're not getting the strength point here. Allegedly 1 in 8. Feels like it's a little bit worse. Kinda quiet here by Kraken's lair. Let's see if we can get that last fight again. Lobster buffet, I'll take it. I've always really loved the Sea Shrine. Like, this is where, on NES, you've got great music, one of my favorite themes of the game. And when you get to Sea Shrine, for the first time playing Final Fantasy, all of your characters have interesting stuff to do, basically every single round. You've got a whole bunch of usable items, your class changes have just finished up for a regular playthrough. Obviously, we're doing this no class change. And so instead of just doing fight every round, you have like all kinds of strategy for what you do for the battle. So it's like, the world's opened up, everything's available, and here's where the cool stuff is. Just such a nice dungeon. GBA and PSP Solo Thief, I mean, they just get easier and easier, Frederico, as you go further along. PlayStation 1 is the last one that's similar to the NES difficulty level. And as you can see with the memo saves especially. Although Astos was a lot harder, and Lich was marginally harder, since then we have absolutely cruised through this. Panel 7. What is Kraken indeed? Probably 8 tentacles upside of Dan's head. Oh, Dan's pretty strong. We want his power level to be maximum. We're getting every single possible strength point for this thief. It's still not quite as good as a fighter, with the differences in accuracy scores and with the fighter's slightly higher starting strength. But just the fact that you're coming within the ballpark of a fighter is already amazing. Hey, cheesesteak dude. This game's got a level cap of 50, which, relative to like your growth of the characters, is kind of low. So we need to maximize the value of all those level ups. And as a result, we're trying to get certain stat gains to happen that are not guaranteed. So at a given level up, based on your character class and level, you'll get certain stats 100% of the time. And in this version, if it's not guaranteed, it's a 1 in 8 chance, I believe. For getting the point anyway. In this case, we're trying to get the strength point for level 41 here. Yeah, it's definitely an important technique to know about with the the tougher character classes, it's basically essential to be able to do these type of challenges. For fighter and black belt, you can kind of get away with just, you know, whatever gains you get, you're already so powerful that even solo you can take down the bosses. But for a character like a thief, who is the worst character class in the game, like by a very large margin, not like a little bit, by a lot, you need all the help you can get. Yeah, solo White Mage was tough. It's especially rough because of how few stats you're guaranteed. Like, White Mage gets a nice amount of healing, and that's really about it. They have not a lot of strength and vitality naturally, and so they need a lot of help to get to where they can melee the final boss rush. Still no strength for Dan. Yeah, White Mage has no problem with Astos. That is definitely a place where things are much better. I mean, just being able to do Peninsula Power is so much better. That is completely night and day getting through that stretch. White Mage doesn't hit a brick wall until after you have the airship, and then they hit a pretty bad wall. Still no strength point. Keep trying, Dan. White Wizard would be basically invulnerable with Ruse and Mute. The problem with White Mage is that they don't get Cure 4 without class change. And that one spell difference is really significant. You know, when you hit level 50 and you have 9 casts of Cure 4, that is basically getting like 7,000 hit points worth of recovery. Plus, in boss battles, it's immense to get that. With only having Cure 3, which is going to be like 200 recovery, it is nowhere near the same safety net. And so the long boss fights, you know, even if you're not getting hit by the physical attacks, you're still eventually going to just get worn down by everything else the bosses do. There's our strength points. Strength, agility, vitality, and luck. The vitality wasn't even guaranteed, but we got it anyway. There's 999 HP. Something that is not possible. NES Thief. But you can get extra strong level ups here on PlayStation with some rerolls. So we have maxed out our HP score. And we're about to max out our sword upside Kraken's head. Let's go Fiend number 3. Alright, moderately painful. That's what the HP is for. Silver Gold Apples, that's GBA that first started, which is the one after this. PlayStation has just the standard NES items. There is nothing added that was not in the original for equipment or usable things. Here we go, 3 Giant's Gloves. Let's rock. 1,600 hit points to deal with. Not a problem. one more round to go. And that is our third of the 4 fiends. Slightly easier than Astos and Lich. Yes. I mean, basically all the boss fights are going to be like that. Chaos is going to be a little bit tougher because he's got 4,000 health, and that's a lot to get through. Especially with his Cure 4 being annoying. And all the dead thieves celebrate it. Citra is done. Alright, so at this point, we are 9 levels away from the max level cap. I'm thinking about just doing that right now. So go into the ice cave for one final eye grind. 9's a lot of levels in one trip, but I think we can do it at this point. We're gonna Bane Sword T-Mat. We'll probably just do Bane for NES and let this version enjoy its power glove. I mean, one of the nice things about PlayStation is just you can actually hit the enemies with swords, and it does damage. It's so refreshing. Order resets. I bet we have more resets on Lich than on Chaos, actually. Astos is way above everybody else. But Lich was a decently, challenging foe on this one. The double HP is what made him hard. If it wasn't for that, I think he'd be really straightforward, but when you can't kill him in, 5 or 6 turns, suddenly his extra attacks for all those status elements really start to take a toll. And before I go in here, I'm going to go ahead and grab some more water. Give me a minute or so to get that done. And when we come back, our 4th thief party, of which 3 of them are permanently dead, will continue. go, water obtained. And let's keep going. Ririco, have a good night. Thank you very much for dropping by, and pleasant dreams to you. Omniflare, pleasant dreams to you as well. Dan having a slight staircase deficiency. Should get this in only 2 or 3 tries. That water is refreshing. But yeah, we're talking about some of the tougher parts of this run, and the Thief is very front-loaded for difficulty. On NES, the ending is also really hard, but you have a nice stretch in the middle where, because you're just so out-leveling the enemies, and you've got decent utility items to deal with most scenarios. Like, we got Zeus Gauntlets and Mage Staff right now, we get the Black Shirt for Ice. That covers the 3 main elements that are likely to be enemy weaknesses. Defense Sword for melee. If you can find good places to grind, you can get levels really fast. That stretch of the game tends to go quite well. Hottest day ever. Yeah, it has definitely been a rough couple of days for the northwest of the United States and for Canada. And while some of those areas are starting to recover, I do know that there is a lot of people that are still getting absolutely roasted. Alright, race. I've had enough of your lip. Also, it cost me like an entire level's worth of heal potions. It is time for you to die. Mild 97 degrees. Once you've had a couple of days in really high temperatures, it is surprising how good it feels at temperatures that would otherwise be, like, ridiculous. Like, spend a couple days at, 105 plus, and then suddenly 95 feels really good. Oh yeah, imagine this time of year as well, for a lot of people in those areas are also, getting 16 hours of sunlight a day, which makes a big difference. Like, the length of time that you spend at those high temperatures and how much of the day is not at all helping you cool off makes a big difference. Like, normally high temperatures like this are like August and September, when the days are a little bit shorter. But here in June, it's like the longest days of the year for those areas. So they're feeling it for like an extra hour or so compared to the typical heat waves. Go ahead, wiggle on through. Down we go for trip number 1. I'm actually getting most of the way through a level here just doing this dive down. The game basically caps around about 32,000 per level, so for eyes, that's about 10 kills per level up. It's super fast. But you can get a pretty big chunk of a level just walking around. Yes, more heal potions. Even more! $120 today. Seek shelter, the Joker, and don't come out. That is absolutely ridiculous for a temperature. I hope you're doing okay with the weather as bad as it is. Also, even with ribbons, it's not good to take a Fire 3 to the face. It'll still do like 60 or so damage, which is a couple heal potions right now. Something that we are very trying to conserve. Hey, Zalek, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day here. And enjoying our Solo Thief playthrough. Our bones running away. They were one of our friends back in the Marsh Cave, back in the good old days. Grinding out those pre-Astos level ups. Muck, our bones. What else did we fight that actually stuck around? They were basically it. Maybe Arsahag was the last one. Those were the good times. Alright, so we have 3 eyes to get set up. We no longer need to care about HP gains at all. So we're just looking at strength and agility. Most levels are going to have one of those 2 points. Yeah. In fact, it's going to have basically one of those 2 points every time. So either have a strength gain or an agility gain. Never both. Takes a little while to do these. Gotta get the rolls to work out in our favor. Well, let's start. See, this is 42. We're looking for the agility point on this one. I know we've missed a bunch of agility, but we can still get a pretty good amount here at the end. Was that short? Oh, we only had 2 eyes to go. Well, now we definitely have only 1 eye left. So let the agility games begin. These are basically all going to be 1 in 8 level up tries. So we'll see what we get. No HP at all. No agility. Try again. It's weird saying that HP plus 0. We'll just see what you could get if you weren't capped at 999 on this. Well, no agility? Because I imagine that you got all the vitality points. And the regular number of strong level ups, you know, that was like 800 or so HP on that thief. This lets you get like maybe 20 more strong level ups, so maybe 1300. It's a lot of HP. No agility. How do you hit 999 HP? So in this version of the game, there is a 1 in 4 chance of getting a strong level up, even if it's not guaranteed. And a strong level up gives you a bonus of 20 to 25 HP. So we rerolled a lot of level ups early on until we got the strong ones most every time. Well, strength, but no agility. The fact that you can get the random strong level ups is different than NES, where you only have the guaranteed ones. That really heavily caps your HP total. But it's so much easier with this one, having extra HP early on. No agility. Yeah, for most playthroughs it doesn't matter. Cranking out every little bit of gains that you can, but for solo character runs, especially for the bad character classes, like the Thief, they need a lot of help. And some of the big ones, like early on, you know, being able to beat a boss like Astos or Lich 1 or 2 levels earlier is a gigantic time saving, because those levels are so slow to get. And then later on, it's like, well, how many tries do you want to put onto Temple of Fiends? That's a long dungeon. Yeah, NES we couldn't do things like the eye grind because you have to basically save outside of the dungeon. So you go grind for a little bit. Like right now for NES we were doing Sea Shrine. It's convenient because there's an inn nearby to save at. And the monsters in the Sea Shrine don't run away. Like you can be level 49 and the Gur Shark and the water and the Naga are gonna stick around. In fact, almost everything in Sea Shrine has more morale than level 50 will scare away. Turns out to be a great place to get level ups. But still, it's slow. Compared to our glorious eye fight here, there's our agility point. And the full saddle, we got it all. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and luck. A complete package. '42's done. Let's go 43. I think we spent about as much time getting the rerolls as we do getting the experience in the first place. It's never more than 10 eyes to get set up for the next level up. Such a nice fight. Trying to guess if we could actually outlast the eye long enough to get to level 50 at this. It's gonna be really close. The more we get those first strike, one hit kills, the better off we are. Those make a big difference. Hey, boulder grinding is pretty viable. I think Butler's Gate 2 is a nice area where you get to get a lot of beholder kills. That was such a fun series. I still have not tried Baldur's Gate 3. Like, that's... along with my typical policy, like, never pre-order a game. Jumping into those super old series and trying to extend them is like a recipe for a lot of danger. If they succeed, that'll be wonderful, but until then, I will not get my hopes up. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are just amazing, but there's not a lot of people around still that worked on those games, and they are very much story and game feel type of games. Alright, here's our level up. This time we're looking for strength points. Didn't get it. I've got no doubt that we can finish off, level 50 if we need to in Sky Castle. It just would be nice if we didn't have to worry about that stuff. You're already spending probably a lot of time going after that war mech. Didn't fall down the hole. Hey, Mr. A. Thoughts on the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster? I am extremely skeptical on the remaster for the Final Fantasy games for a couple reasons. One is that Square has botched a lot of remakes. And while there are a few that are very good, like I point out Trials of Mana is a really good remake. Like that one I highly recommend getting. There's a couple more that are okayish, like the Saga Frontier one and the recent Legend of Mana one. But there have been so many bad remakes, especially for Final Fantasies. But it's a very dangerous territory. Like all the PC ones have been plagued with problems. And from the early stuff that's been released on the Pixel remasters, I like the backgrounds, but the characters' designs are pretty shaky. Like they don't look as good as this version of the game, the PlayStation one. That's kind of worrying. And the other really big worry I have is that there is a lot of rumors about how much money are they going to want to charge for these. Because if they released all 6 games for $30, it would be a very different story than if they want to sell every one of the games individually for like $20 each. So, what is their marketing model going to be like? Because that's also going to be a really big factor of like, would you recommend this to people? 30 each? I wouldn't be shocked actually, but I would be very disappointed. 20 each I see as being like pretty likely at this point. And these are games that they've already sold you like 6 different times. So somebody that has bought a lot of Final Fantasies has probably spent hundreds of dollars on each of the individual games already. How much do they want one that's not quite polished? When you can pull out the PlayStation version, or the GBA version, or the Super Nintendo version, or the PSP version, or the PC version. Like, you've got so many choices that it has to beat all of them. I could see all 6 for $60. And that might actually be a better situation than if it's $20 each, because if it's all 6 for $60, they'll eventually be on sale for $30. Whereas if it's the individual games, it might be tough to get like sales go for all 6 of them. Still no strength. Final Fantasy VII Remake I'm a less aggrieved about, because that's like a lot of new stuff. The remake of Final Fantasy VII is pretty legitimately like a new game. Yeah, they're recycling parts of the storyline, but especially now that they're done with the first part, it is very divergent from the original Final Fantasy VII. There is not a lot of overlap. They're putting a big investment in kind of the production quality for the game. There's a couple things in the Final Fantasy VII Remake that are kind of shaky, like from some of the camera angles. You can definitely see that the world is not as detailed as they're trying to make it seem to be. But it still looks really good. It's like a very, very high-end PS4 game. And for that, it's like, it's reasonable to put in basically full price for those. But something like the Pixel remasters, they're not doing anything to change the gameplay. Like the storyline, how the game's mechanics work, those are going to be completely identical. And the level of investment for a Pixel remaster is way less than for like a big budget, PS4, PS5 title. So there's not really a good justification for why it would be anywhere close to those prices. Still no strength. You didn't like Integrate? I happen to like Yuffie, so it was good to finally get some story to her character. She's very annoying in the original game, but I think she's a really fun character to play in battles. We actually did a Final Fantasy VII playthrough a couple of months ago where Yuffie was one of our 3 main characters that got used a lot. So actually having some backstory to her was kind of refreshing. You already got a little bit of Vincent, even though he had a very bad game. So the only character left that's kind of completely nothing is Kate Seth. Here's our strength point, agility, intelligence, and luck sailing through. Level 43. What do I take on the other Final Fantasy I remake? Well, I actually like Dark Souls style games. I think it would be a great thing if it played and looked halfway decent. And it's currently in early alpha, so things are subject to change, but it was a very rough experience. It probably would have been better to have not put out the demo that they did. Just show people cinematic footage. Maybe some type of guided movie for it, but when you actually see it in action, it's there's a lot of stuff here that is really concerning. Just in terms of the fundamental design of the game. And my biggest is the companion AI is just atrocious. And even the concept of having other characters besides the main character probably doesn't fit into that genre of game very well. So I'd be still kind of concerned, but at least if they got rid of the companion characters, be okay, maybe this would be interesting. It still doesn't look or play as smoothly as similar era games that are of that style, but at the same time it's an alpha, so it can improve. Oh yeah, and the trailer was awful. Like, both the Pixel remaster as well as The Stranger were just presented really badly. This is our setup one, and then we will roll for our agility points again. But you still only have 4 hits. This is the version before the Thief got a really big buff. GBA, they doubled the Thief's agility. I think the randomizer is using that amount for it. But PlayStation 1, there are no changes from NES. Alright, here we go. Strength and no agility point. Try again. You think Strange will be decent? I think they really need some help. But it's not unsavable. Like, the basic concept's not bad. If you have kind of a Diablo or similar style treasure system, so that there's, you know, replay value for doing these areas multiple times. If you can fix the combat. Like, it's not just the companions are bad, but, like, the magic system's really bad. Like, the controls are clunky. And those are things that are fixable, but you kind of expect, like, by the time you're putting something into people's hands, that even if it's not a finished product, it's something that you think is going to be what the finished product is going to be like. And it just felt like it was very far away from that. Are there remasters for Dragon Quests? Besides 3, I don't think that any remasters have been announced recently. Dragon Warrior is like a totally different story for remakes. Like, for the most part, they've actually done a really good job with the Dragon Warrior remakes. And my theory is that Dragon Warrior team is like the same people that worked on the games 30 years ago. So, when it comes to doing remakes, it's like, oh yeah, they already know what they're doing. Which is not true for Final Fantasy games. Just picked up level 44 there, 6 more levels to go. I think we'll definitely have enough potions to make this happen. We are not using a lot up per level up here. I don't know how well Dragon Warrior 1 remakes would be. Like, the game's just so basic that there is not a lot of meat to work with. 2's the first one that kind of has content. And even then, it's pretty rough. Like, they were trying to figure out how multiplayer or multi-character parties worked. Dragon Warrior 1 was 1v1. You had the hero, you had one monster at a time, and 2 was the transition one. And as a result, there's a lot of things about 2 that are very unbalanced. 3 is where they finally got things kind of under control. They started going more in depth into the storyline, which is why often they'll tie back to Dragon Warrior 3, but 1 and 2 don't get mentioned as much. But there's a very clear difference in like the level of polish for those games. So 3 totally makes sense. It's really well loved. It still has a huge following in Japan. It's got a pretty solid storyline that's held up over the years. And you could maybe do that with 2. It would need a lot of hand-holding, but it'd be possible. 1, I don't think you could do it. Did Nasir ever make any games after Secret of Mana? I think he had a company that independently did some things, but there was no any notable successes. Like, he kind of did Final Fantasy 1 through 3, took a really long vacation, helped out with Secret of Mana, and that was about it. I mean, it was a lot of stuff. Like, he did stuff before Final Fantasy as well, like Rad Racer and 3D World Runner that were actually pretty good games. So it's not like this was his only series that there was a big contribution to. Alright, here we go. No strength point. Just rolling on these again. Well, here's the thing about 2. They've already fixed a bunch of it when they did the GBC and Super Famicom remakes. 2 on NES is like really bad for balance, but they kind of worked on that already. And there's still a lot of balance problems, especially around Roan, for the remake ones, but it's a lot better. But early game flows a lot smoother. Like, you don't have to do nearly as much grinding to get to probably about the boat section. There's still no clues about where to go at that point. Like, it's kind of a linear game up until the boat, and then it's like, here's the whole world. Try not to die, and figure out where you're going. Most of the later games in the series are linear for a lot longer. And maybe like the last 20% is where you have your free access to stuff. But 2, you get free access like a quarter of the way through the game. Still no agility. We'll get it eventually. We had a very fast one for our last one, so we are due for some slow ones. Except the solo level up. Now, we're getting them in less than 10 tries. We are pounding through these really fast. Looking for that strength point. This is level 45, so we have this and 5 more levels to go. I mean, really the thing about the Thief being bad is the Thief doesn't have any notable features that are worth the massive trade-offs on equipment. It wasn't until, I think, Final Fantasy V that Thieves had the steal command. Like, that at least gives them something interesting to do that other characters might not. But you wouldn't really trade really good combat prowess for stealing things, unless you had a great supporting party that can kind of carry that character through the rest of the game. Yo, Cycle, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams to you. I don't remember if these could steal in 3, because I don't remember 3 having, like, really anything useful for that. But yeah, it's possible they were stealing that. I just remember 5 as being the one where you'd actually care about stealing stuff. Come on, strength point, where are you? Not there. Answer, not there. Well, Final Fantasy 4, like, the remakes are very different from the original on that. On the remakes, I can imagine that there would be interesting stuff for Edge. The original, not really. Like, Edge is one of the weaker characters, except if you are really abusing things like Berserk to give him a ton of attacks. He's a tough character to do well. Axe the grind against thieves and RPGs. Well, remember, this is all based on Dungeons & Dragons. And when you take some of the more creative roleplay stuff out of things, some of the class features end up not translating well into systems that are much more combat-oriented. So things like stealth don't exist here. Whereas, okay, you can maybe see a thief helping with that. Or trapped treasure chests, or really anything else besides hitting people with swords. And that's something else that makes kind of the bard, or the red mage, a little bit less valuable. They're kind of like spellcasters, except not very good. And fighters, except not very good. And all these other things, but you don't get all the other things. You just get the not very good parts. No strength. Hey, the Manster, welcome back. We are doing our final grind to level 50 here. We got 3 of the 4 fiends down tonight. Working on our levels to eke out the strength and agility points. The strength point being really reluctant. But one day we will get it. I mean, yeah, we're getting more leveling in like 90 minutes than an entire day on the NES version. Like, this is where we're picking up all the time. We went from being like 5 hours behind NES to being like 3 hours ahead right now. The thing that I don't know. Here's our strength point that I do know about. The thing that we don't know is the situation with Warback. That's the one big equalizer that's left. NES did Warback in like 90 minutes, I think? And I have no idea how long he's going to take on PlayStation here. Finished FF1 last week. Nice, the Master. Hope you had fun doing it. It's definitely a game that really does rely a lot on the nostalgia. It was great when it came out. It's aged respectably well for an NES game, but it doesn't hold up to the Super Nintendo or the PlayStation games when it comes to, like, well, really any depth at all. There's only so far that you can take kind of the blank slate characters. Let's see how we're looking on our eyes. That's about... I don't know if that's 3 or 4. I'll save after 3 to be safe. So 1, 2. You like the PSP versions? I like the PSP version of 2. 4's got some really bad balance issues. Super Nintendo 4 was about right for difficulty. And for the remakes of 4, it tends to swing between either way easier or way harder for, like, really no reason. Like, it doesn't make sense about how the bosses especially fare against you. Strength, no agility. But definitely 1 and 2. Quality life improvements are great. You get so many nice benefits in the remakes that, even though it's a much easier game, I think it's something that is probably, if you don't have a ton of nostalgia, probably a much more approachable task as doing one of the remake Final Fantasy 1s and 2s. No agility, try again. This is level 46 we're working on right now. Need to roll out 3 agility points and 2 strength points. Try again. Try again. My objection to 4 was more the remix changing the agility and speed system. Because it was already very sketchy. Like, agility does not make sense in 4. Most of the stats don't make sense, but agility makes even less sense than the other stats do. And when you try to make changes to something that's already like very precariously held together, it's really tough to do it in a way that's going to make sense and survive. And I feel that's what happened to like PSP version of 4 is that the actual battle mechanics for speed are just so broken that while they're doing their best to kind of try to hold it together, it like has too many cracks. Yeah, the whole concept of like relative agility between your party and the monsters and having breakpoints for when speed changes take place, like those are things that are like really subtle mechanically and get exploited a lot for speedrunning, but are super easy to get wrong. It's like one little change and some of the scripted fights go completely off the rails. I think I was talking about this earlier, like, it doesn't feel too bad at the start, but there's like some specific ones, like CPU, where it feels really bad. Almost as bad as Dan's agility! Come on, Dan. Just a couple more points to go. You're almost there. Yeah, it definitely plays differently in a lot of ways. I mean, even Super Famicom and Super Nintendo play differently. You're playing the hard type of Final Fantasy IV. There's a lot of differences between that and the US release. But you're throwing even more ones into the mix for like, here's like a new way to spin a lot of the boss fights and strategies. And it's just tough kind of keeping up with all of them. Still no agility. Dan fell down the hole again. He sometimes does that. Wait a minute. There we go. It's like, why am I standing on the wrong tile? That explains it. Four DS is a troll. There's a couple things I like about it. I do like the auto battle. There's a couple times where you got kind of tedious, burn down the monsters with physical attacks and you don't want to hit the button 20 times. Great, auto battle. But many of the other quality of life improvements, like 4 needs a few helping hands, but not a lot. It's almost at the era where the games remain quite playable. How much do we need the agility point? To be honest, we are probably not coming out ahead by grinding all of these. But you never know which point you need. And since, in theory, this is something that should only take, 2 minutes, it is, only when we get unlucky on these that it turns out to be a bad deal. Basically, agility means that we're going to have fewer ambushes, more first strikes, which may let us get through dungeons without doing as many save scums. It also means that you can dodge more attacks, so you might reset on the bosses less often. And for Warmech, that's still kind of concerning. Like, we have no idea how we're going to do versus Warmech. And given that it's a 1 in 64 encounter rate, I really don't want to blow a Warmech encounter. And that could be something that's legitimately like 20 minutes to find him once. Also, yeah, we may have spent 20 hours on Astos. So in comparison, many of these other things are kind of small. Hoping Warmech HP got doubled. I think it's not going to matter. I think you're either going to get destroyed, or you're going to set up enough that you're doing, 400 or 500 damage a round, and an extra 1,000 HP is not going to make a difference at that point. There's not a lot of in-between scenarios for how that fight goes down. Hey, Blind Empire, welcome in. Hope you're having a good morning here. We're trying to grind out our last couple of levels. We need 6 more stat points to roll favorably. This one's being especially reluctant. Still no agility. See, this is what I think it's 5 more points. Yeah, 5 including this one. Agility's always on the even level ups that we get. More strength intelligence. This one's guaranteed. Strength intelligence, and if we had more HP to gain, it'd be a strong HP level up, the last one that the thief gets in the game. We're getting 0 HP no matter what we do, since we've already capped out at that. Intelligence has no purpose whatsoever, and luck, well, doesn't have a lot of purpose. It's got a little bit. Hey Shaka, welcome back. We got our final level grind going here. There's 5 levels left to go. And Avacast, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams too. Then solo classes, but never solo characters. Having 4 characters makes a really big difference because of things like paralysis and petrification and other nasty bits that completely knock you out as a solo character. Even 2 characters is a big difference in the experience. But I'll say this, like, I would rather have 1 fighter than 4 thieves. The class still makes a big difference. Does luck do more in this game? Luck gives you a slightly better chance, like really, really slight, of getting first strikes. Other than that, it's basically useless. It is, of course, the thief's primary attribute, that you'll get every single level up. I'm gonna say, agility, as much as I want you. You get 5 more tries. And then we will make sacrifices. Four. Fighter with Black Mage Vitality or 4 Thieves, still had the fighter. The fighter is just so good. Like, they do what they do beautifully well. There's our agility point. We just needed to threaten it. The full Savile showing up. The vitality point was also not guaranteed, so that is 2 stat points at the same time. And that is level 46 finished up. We have 4 levels left. Just 4 to go. Use the Ninja Thief for Saber and Haste. I mean, just get a Red Mage. The Red Mage does those adequately well. You don't need a class change. So you get them much sooner. Yeah, the Red Mage is a little bit worse defense scores than the Thief, but pretty close to the same HP values. And you've got so many other benefits like Revive and Warp that are just fantastic. One fighter with Thief stats would be better than 4 Thieves. I know it sounds impossible, but just the fact that you can have the Silver Sword for Astos probably beats out the entire rest of the game. And you can have the Excalibur or the whatever for the boss refights. Like, compared to the Rune Sword, it's like having 50 Thieves. Getting close to 47 starting here. That'll be our strength point to roll. See where we're at. All right. I think that's 3 more eyes. 2 is just barely not enough. The point games begin. 4 points left. We know Dan can do it. First try. First try. 47's done. Three points left. See, every once in a while, you gotta accept that it will take 44 tries to get your strength point, because Every once in a while, it takes one. Don't think we've broken 300 yet, but that 299 might be a new high score for damage. We're not gonna get any more attacks per round. Till we get the Mazmian, we're stuck at 4 attacks. Mazmian will bump us up to 5. But in terms of damage, Unpower Glove ate it. We are getting quite respectable for a thief. And it is starting to look pretty good. Eyes also starting to look at me a little bit funny. We have been here for a while. Okay, 2 more. One more. Let's go level 48 here. Can you believe the start of the day at level 25? We are doubling our levels in one day. And killing a lot of fiends. Alright, you know what? Maybe not all first tries, but many first tries will happen. This one's guaranteed vitality. So if you see vitality or if you see intelligence, then you'll know that we have failed in our quest to get the agility point. Oh yeah, nothing's gonna be as good as a trap tile. The problem is you can't do this unless you don't care about your level ups for the stat gains on NES. It's the memo save that's making this happen. That and it's actually safe to do Ice Cave without worrying about constant death. Like, even when you got decently leveled up, it would really suck to take a sorcerer to the face going back through the return trip. They'll start running in the 30s, but until you're into like the mid-40s, they're a really dangerous encounter. Come on, agility point, you can do it. You're just so close. Yeah, the fact that things like sorcerers and mages, and even some of the undead that paralyze and petrify you, that's why for NES playthroughs you grind on Agamas. The fight itself is a lot safer compared to the eye, and the exit's way safer as well. Hey, General Andrews. Hope you're having a great day here. Trying to grind out the last couple levels of our Solo Thief playthrough. Looking to get an agility point to show up at level 48 out of 50 here. Hey, glad you're enjoying the show. There's our agility point. And 48 is done. 49. There's only 2 left. I'm doing pretty good. It is tiring to do these super long playthroughs. Like, I'm not doing this in one sitting. We're breaking it up into a couple parts. But even after like 7 or 8 hours, it is really fatiguing doing a lot of the basic hold down the A button type of stuff. We're going to get to the end of this session. Probably not Ferris wheel. I think we're going to get level 50. I know that there is going to be, most likely, a really long time going after that war mech. T-Man I can do in 10 minutes. Chaos I can do probably 25, 30 minutes. War mech, if we're lucky, is an hour and a half. And if we're not, war mech could be maybe not Astos length, but pretty substantial. So I think it'd be good to do Tiamat, Warmech, and Temple of Fiends tomorrow. Hopefully it's not 10 hours. Although that is only half of an Astos. Problem in this version is that Warmech's a 1 in 64 encounter. So just getting him to show up is hard. The last time we did an all bestiary playthrough on GBA, either Warmech or T-Rex, which are both 1 in 64s, were like 75 minutes to get one appearance. And we have to beat him. So when you're thinking about your poor thief here, who's got a 75% chance of being ambushed, and is incredibly fragile, we could spend an hour getting him to show up and then die in like 30 seconds. It's scary. Yep, Warmech we did for NES, so we're going to do it for PlayStation as well. That's really like the biggest reason to get every one of these strength and agility points. If we were not doing Warmech, you could get away probably missing out on a lot of these points post-Astos. Up through Astos, very important. Maybe up through Lich, very important. But after that, you miss out on agility, just reset a couple times. Miss out on strength, you just use an extra power glove. But we need all the points for Warmech. Yeah, the fact that Warmech gets 2 turns in is pretty filthy. You're really hoping to have that defense sword up early, and then get free rounds by dodging his attacks. Which is way harder in this version, because you don't have the accuracy cap on monsters. So you might need to tank 2 or 3 hits doing defense swords. Then hoping that he does defense and not nuclears, as you get your power glove up. And then you have to hit him a couple times. So we're looking at maybe like a 10-round fight. It's asking a lot. We were doing 10 rounds, probably like 1 in 3, 1 in 4 on NES. Because we did a lot of bait and sword tries on Warmech. And many times, 3 or 4 rounds, it was it that you got on them. And then sometimes you got like 18 tries. This is the one. I can feel it. This is the one. This was not the one. It was not the one. It's such a good level. Just a couple ago. We can get another one here. Yeah, the fact that we're solo makes a big difference. As a group, his nuclear is really scary. But as solo, his physical attack is bad as well. So you don't get nearly as many free turns out of him. Also, just the fact that you've only got one person to do buffs and to do attacks, like, you're moving a lot slower in getting the fight into a manageable state. But that's been true before. And we made it past Lich today in only like 20 minutes. That was pretty good. I was pretty nervous about Lich when we did confirm that it's 800 hit points in this version, not 400. But even still, we relatively early had a strong enough Lich performance. We got like a 750 or 740. Within a couple tries, like, alright. There's a little bit more luck to go from 740 to 800, but not a lot. Astos was a different story. Astos was one going in we knew was going to be really awful, and definitely delivered. No strike point. Post-Lich was really good, Regason. That's where this one opens up a lot. If you can get past Lich, the rest of the game is pretty breezy. Warmech's possibly the exception, but most people would not make Warmech a mandatory thing of something like this. It's only because we're throwing him onto the list that it's a real problem. Hey, Alt Temple. Basically, we have a very low level cap in this game. Level 50 is the highest you can go. And there is randomized stat growth. So we are trying to maximize the value of every single level up. In this case, we're forcing a strength point gain to happen, which allegedly is a 1 in 8 chance, although your odds may vary. This happens to be a really nice fight for it because we've got a boss where Trap Tile, every time you step on it, you're going to get the fight again. It's worth a lot of experience, so really efficient to do, and it's a very fast fight. Just going to re-roll our tries over and over again. And we don't have to replay like every fight. It is just getting the level up. So some level ups are guaranteed to have the stats that you want. It's uncommon, but it does happen. And for example, 49 here, we need to get a strength point that is not guaranteed. Level 50, we need an agility point that's not guaranteed. And this happens to be an efficient way of doing this. So for everything else throughout the level, you could do whatever you want. But for convenience, we're just staying in one place. Although our strength point is conveniently absent. Come on, Dan, you can do it. You can do it. You've done it 47 times so far? What is one more strength point? Keep trying. It is definitely a lot harder to get these stat points than to get the HP rolls. I have my doubts on this claim of 1 in 8. But there's our strength point, and that is level 49 done. One level to go. Final level up here. This is for an agility point, which in theory we could skip. But we will have patience and try and force it out. About 10 eyes to get the XP for the level up, and then the agility game will begin. Kind of sad that we're still not consistently one-shotting eyes. Without the 5th attack, it's pretty tough. Your low-end rolls are going to be pretty hard to bring up over the course of a couple levels. But it hurts every time that we don't get a one-shot. Maybe upset versus strength point. Strength's actually guaranteed at 50. This game's got strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and luck as its 5 stats. So you'll have different combinations guaranteed depending on what character class you're playing and what level you're going to. So in this case, level 50, guaranteed strength and guaranteed luck. The other 3, they're all individually going to be rolled for this. And intelligence happens to do nothing. Vitality does nothing because we've already maxed out our HP. Early on, vitality would have at least given you a little bit higher rolls on those HP gains, but we don't care anymore. So it gives us just agility as the one thing that we're looking for. Alright, how are we doing? One more eye, and then we are in position. We are so close to being done with this grind. It has been an adventure. But we will have doubled our levels as soon as we can take this one. Level 25 to 50 in one day today. Let's go. It was not first try. Second try. It'll definitely be second try. We've done a straight 28 hours. No, I'm breaking this up into about 7 or 8 hours per day. This one, it's hard to predict exactly how long it's going to be because we don't know how tough Warmech's going to be to show up. If we were not doing Warmech, we'd be done in under 30 hours. With Warmech, optimistically, it's still about 30 hours, but things could happen. It's a lot less enjoyable doing the super long streams. You start getting uncomfortable after a while. Even if you take a lot of breaks, it is fatiguing to do. Kind of the same actions over and over again. And the concentration thing is a big aspect. You can get better at it over time by practicing, but it never becomes really easy to do. Super long streams. So for me, about 8 hours is the most that I'm really interested in. Last point. One last point here. It may not be statistical perfection. I mean, it's a thief. It's very far from perfect. But it won't be bad. This one that does 48 hours streams normally. I mean, High Spirits used to do Dragon Warrior marathons, where he'd be playing like 120 hours out of like a 120 hour stretch. Medico does a lot of Final Fantasy ones like that, just super long endurance ones. There's our agility point, vitality, and luck. Level 50 is done. We have our final form of the thief, 54 strength, which it sounds weird, but you start with 5 and really there's only 49 level ups because you start at level 1. So 54 is the max. We got 53 agility out of, I want to say 64 there. Is it 64 or 59? Yeah, 59 would have been the max. We missed 6 agility points. We ended up missing 28 intelligence points, which again does nothing. Vitality, we missed 20 points, but we don't care about vitality in this version. We got the strong HP gains instead, which is how we got so much health overall. And luck, we got all the points. That one is forced as a thief. You are always going to get a luck point every single level up. So there you go. That is our final stats on the thief here. Save getting 2 more pieces of gear. In Sky Castle, we're going to get the Pro Cape. And that is an additional 6 points of defense. And then Temple of Fiends, shortly before the end of the game, we will get the Mazmune. And that is a lot better offense. What does luck do? Every point of luck is a 0.1% better chance of getting a first strike at the start of battle. It is a really small difference. It does help a little bit. Like, over the course of the game, if you're getting 49 luck points, that's occasionally you're gonna see more first strikes. But given it's the thief's primary stat, it's kind of a shame that it does not help all that much. Fighter gets strength, that's a really good one. Black Belt gets vitality, which in this version wouldn't be as important, but It means you don't have to work at all to get 999 HP. You will guarantee get that as a black belt if you max out your level. Black Mage gets Intelligence, which does nothing. Thief gets Luck, which basically does nothing. And Red Mage and White Mage actually don't get stats. They are more balanced for what their final values are going to be. Surprisingly, Red Mage and White Mage kind of close to each other. Like, none of their stats really stand out as super strong. Here we go. Level 50. We have done our levels. And it was good. Good enough that I think I will call it here for the night. We'll pick up tomorrow night, 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Should be the last night, unless Warmech gets really out of control. But we need to do Mirage Tower, Sky Castle, Warmech, Tiamat, and Chaos. So, let's go ahead. Put down our save here.